you see,
Boycott.
You boycotted me yesterday.
Boycott.
I'm not going to jump back in after the crap you pulled yesterday. Be a professional.
I am.
Be a professional. Not according to that outfit, you're not. It's a Thursday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
36 degrees right now. Going to get to 44. Enjoy it, because today will be the last warm day. No, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. I take it back. Tomorrow it's going to snow a little bit. We are going to be hitting 17 degrees. That's the high on Sunday.
17's our high.
17 is the
Sounds
high
like
on
fun.
Sunday. So we are all over the place
Yeah.
over the next couple of days. So soak in the warm weather today.
All right.
All right. I want to start the show. This is the most you thing ever.
Me thing ever.
All right. So if you would like to see, Tommy has now started a new trend here in the break room. I encourage you to log on to our live stream, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch, The Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. Last week, Tommy wore a tracksuit.
Mm-hmm.
A tracksuit that you had imported from Amsterdam.
Yeah.
An international tracksuit.
I think it was actually made in Vietnam, but made its way over.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So now dressing like a Russian teenager, Tommy has decided that every Thursday will be Tracksuit Thursday because you ordered 5 tracksuits?
So, yeah.
Okay. So all day yesterday,
Yep.
Kimmy, he was talking about his new tracksuit, which
Talking it up.
way better than the first tracksuit. Kimmy,
Yeah.
if you could use one word to describe how you feel about Tommy's tracksuit this morning, what would it be?
Scrubs.
Yeah, you look like a nurse.
Well, most
you
tracksuits
should've-
kind of look like
No,
scrubs.
like that one especially.
You should have led with this one, because I think the one last week was flashier.
Yeah.
You haven't seen the next one yet.
Okay,
No, but here's the thing.
all right.
Here's the thing.
But
Like,
I think this one's a little bit actually more muted. It's toned down.
I'm disappointed.
Yeah. a
I
little
feel let
disappointed.
down.
Why?
In this business, we have a saying: under promise, over deliver.
Yes.
Yeah, I've
and
never
you,
done that.
you have over promised and under delivered. This
Wait
is
till you see.
exactly. Kimmy, this outfit is Tommy.
I didn't
Muley.
notice it when I first walked in.
Like he walked in and looked at
Yeah.
me and was like, and I was like, yeah, you looked like such an idiot last week. This just looks like a normal outfit. Like this outfit
Yeah.
is your career in a nutshell.
How so?
Check it out, here it comes. Wah, 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 wah. But you still wear your nurse's shoes, which makes it look even more like scrubs.
Well, I kind of thought the shoes kind of worked with the tracksuit.
No, like I'm telling you, you could walk into Strong this morning and they would just hand you a clipboard.
Should try that.
No, don't try that.
New
That's
career.
horrifying. No, horrifying. I'm disappointed in you.
I heard that.
Are you upset? I mean, now I feel like we've upset him.
I know. I mean,
blew
it's
$40.
It's not.
$40. Because that's
yeah,
my
that
budget.
one looks $40.
Oh,
Well, they're all $40.
Oh, I thought the other one you said
that
was more
one was, but the
expensive.
other ones I bought on Amazon were
Yeah.
all $40.
Okay.
That's why I bought them. I go, man, how you can go run for $40? And they're super comfortable.
By the way, I'd also like to point out
Hmm.
what he thinks things are called that you wear as opposed to what they're actually called, because that's not a tracksuit.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider that a tracksuit.
Not
It is on Amazon.
No. That is a pair
know.
of joggers.
It's a set.
Yeah, with a...
Wasn't every tracksuit a set?
No.
They sell them
Tracksuit,
as a set.
tracksuit is a full zip, and tracksuit pants are baggier. You're wearing joggers with a 3/4 zip.
Well, they didn't
Or a quarter
sell it.
zip, quarter
Well, then I should probably send it back.
Yeah, I mean, we know you won't.
No, I love these things.
No,
man.
you look.
I can't believe I've missed out on this my whole life.
No, but you
I
you
can't
knew
either.
they existed. You were
No, but I didn't know
criticizing
they were this comfortable.
Okay. What's going? Are you dying? Is something happening?
Yeah, I'm 66.
No, I mean like sooner than like what everyone's hoping, like any minute now.
I think I'm on a normal pace.
Okay. Darn. No, because like all of a sudden
What's
you've like made this transition into clothes that you never enjoyed back in the day, clothes that you would openly mock on other people.
Yeah, but I'm getting old.
Okay. Is that what it
Kinda
is?
happens.
Is that what it is?
Well, yeah. I mean, have you seen Clint Eastwood lately? He's in joggers.
Didn't he die? No, that was Gene Hackman this morning.
Yes.
By the
Gene
way-
Hackman just died.
Gene Hackman, his wife, and their dog passed away this morning.
Yeah.
No foul play for some reason.
So you think it was a gas leak in their house?
I was just guessing.
I thought it was like some horrible murder-suicide thing.
Oh.
Well, when I hear two people and a dog passed away, no foul
Well, the
play.
dog knew
suspect.
too much.
Yeah, so, yeah, sorry.
They probably-
Quick side breaking news. Gene Hackman dead at the age of like 90.
In New Mexico.
He lived in New Mexico?
Yeah.
Yep.
Why?
Santa Fe's beautiful. And I think his wife's an artist.
That's what someone in that outfit
Yes.
would say out
Yes.
loud. Santa Fe this time of year, beautiful. You know they moved the London Bridge to Arizona? Did you know?
How crazy is that?
Brick by brick, they moved the London Bridge to Arizona. Well, you know where you could wear that outfit this weekend?
Where's that?
Would fit in
Oh,
perfectly?
casino.
No, well, casino would be one of them.
Oh, yeah. Texas Hold'em.
This weekend
Yeah.
is the annual open house at the Rochester Model Railroad Club.
Oh, wait, club.
Oh.
So this isn't a collectible.
No, you cannot buy or sell. Maybe they have stuff you can buy or sell. This is the actual scene that the Rochester Model Railroad Club works on if you are a member of the Model Railroad.
So is this like an open house to recruit members, or this is just an open house, like come check out what we do?
Maybe it's both.
Because we've known railroaders that do this that's their hobby.
Yes.
Model railroads.
Yeah, they love model railroads.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I feel like it was way more common for older guys back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Because my grandpa was a model railroad
My
guy.
dad was into this, of all people.
I mean, it makes sense. Like, that was, like, the coolest technology that existed when he was a kid.
But he didn't have that personality. You know what I mean? Usually, they're type B, quiet guys that tinker.
yeah.
So I told you, my old man, he bought this big thing. It was the big ones, right? Those 24 scale.
Yeah.
And all I would
By the
do
way,
is
I love how he's making fun of his dad.
I
He
know,
starts
he
jumping in on, like,
drops 24 scale.
deep trade terms.
I used to get those you could be able to get a bag of Army men.
Oh, yeah.
The plastic ones, and I would just stand them up on the tracks and just run them over.
I'm pretty sure that's what serial killers did back in the day.
Well, that and the Soviets also did it.
No, I mean,
So when they were going into different the Czech Republic and stuff like that, I think they did that.
also, by the way, where you could wear that tracksuit.
Yeah, I used to play Stalin.
So
Fake mustache, the whole thing.
the Model Railroad open house this weekend.
Open house, so no charge.
So it's it's in the lower level of the First Universalist Church on Clinton Avenue.
Okay, there's where I get. Anything that's in the basement of a church bothers me.
Well, it could also be, church attendance is down.
Because I go there, and next thing you know, I'm in South America, and I'm in charge of the monkeys. I don't even see it coming. I already got the tracksuit for it.
There are a lot of churches now, older churches, that rent out
Yeah.
places. So that's what this could be. But what I'm trying to get to here,
Yeah, what's up?
the train display,
Yeah,
because, they make it like a community.
yeah.
A 2,400 square foot layout
Holy Christ,
with
man!
350 feet of double track depicting scenes of the Lehigh Valley Railroad in the 1950s. I mean, look.
So it's got to look like a movie set.
It is
Yeah.
really impressive. And it's funny because, if you've never been to one of these model railroad setups,
Yeah.
right? They build holes in, the middle of the scene so you can, climb underneath it and then stand up.
That's how the guys work on it.
Yes,
and stuff,
exactly.
yeah.
And I'm looking at this guy,
To get your, because you got to pick up your Army man.
and our limbs.
I'm hit.
I'm hit by the train.
Well, a train would hit you.
Yeah, it would. I don't think you'd be able to yell, I'm hit afterwards. All right, so I know that you're ready to unload on these people. That you think this is nerdy and sad.
I don't want to go to some church basement, man. It just creeps me out.
Okay, I get what, but the model railroad doesn't bother you.
I wouldn't go out of my way to look at one.
It is weird that the church bugs you, the venue bothers you more than the actual event.
If I was in a mall and it was there, I would look at it. But I can't imagine getting in my car and driving to this.
But this is made for you.
No, it's not.
No, I'm telling you, it is, man.
I
It's
don't want to hear these people.
It's everything you love. You are these people. Look at what you're wearing. What you've worn the last 2 Thursdays.
I don't want to see. I don't want to go into a room full of me's.
You know what that is, Kimmy? And I had brought this up last week. I told you on Monday. I went to a sports collectible show.
Yeah, this is kind of the same vein.
It is, yeah. I mean, whatever you get into, right? But
It's a hobby.
When I go to these sports collectible shows, I have this weird feeling because I'm in heaven. I love all the little weird stuff, and it's a blast. But then I meet some people there, and I go, "Oh my God, I'm you!" I look at them, and I don't like it. And
You're all the same.
And that's what's happening with Tommy because I've watched him, Kimmy, stare at a crane for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right? He talks about being willing to play Army with me if we got drunk in his
he
backyard.
drops some boat knowledge on us from time to time.
Oh, yeah.
Kimmy, he would love this. He would sit there and look at all the little intricate stuff. But
He would hate himself for loving it.
And that's it. The second he started talking to other people that were into this,
Sound like
Yeah.
Joan Jett.
I hate myself for loving trains. Sorry. Why don't you just embrace it?
I don't want to, man. I don't want to be like old man in a basement with a train set.
As opposed to old man in a leather chair with a tracksuit.
Yes.
No, but I mean, I think this tracksuit is the tracksuit situation, as we're going to call it from now on.
The tracksuit situation.
Which sounds like a Rush album. You can wear your tracksuit out. What we're finding here is as you're getting older, you just stop caring.
Yes.
Okay, and that's what the tracksuits are showing us. So why would you care if this is a hobby you can have, something that'll keep your mind active, your hands active? You should engage in something.
See, I don't. This is what happens when you get old.
Yes.
People start giving you suggestions of what you should be doing.
Yes.
Can I not just sit here and just drink myself to death?
No, but you're...
No. Well, you know what you got to do? You should go down to the church. You know, my friend's a member of that church. They got a train set down there. And we meet every third Thursday of the month, and we all get to everybody. And here's what I know: the stuff sucks.
Why is that?
Oh, we all have a lot of laughs. No, you don't.
How you know there aren't a lot of laughs
You don't
to be
get
had?
one laugh out of that place.
I'm sure there are a lot of laughs to be had.
Lehigh Station ain't got no laughs.
You ready for this?
What?
This is the best part of the
What?
story. All right, again, we're talking about not only Tommy's disappointing tracksuit, according to Kimmy, but the open house weekend at the Rochester Model Railroad Club. So we told you it's at the lower level of the First Universalist Church on South Clinton Avenue. It's a really impressive 2,400 square foot layout. If you would like to go,
Yeah.
Saturday 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., Sunday 1 to 5 p.m. because the trainers like to sleep in. However, if you go, make sure you bring cash because open house admission is $7.
$7? Wait. Open house usually means just come on in.
Yeah, if you pay.
Yeah.
I've never.
Consider it a donation.
That's not really open house.
Open house
donation
admission,
to what?
Donation, well, to the train club.
Okay.
By the way,
to
kids,
keep it going.
Kids 9 and under are free. I also
I
love where
was
they made
just
it
gonna- I
9.
was just gonna
So a
say.
10-year-old's getting screwed.
All right. How sad of a father do you have to be
Oh, pretty sad.
if you tell your 11-year-old
Lie.
son to lie that he's 9 to save $7 on the train open
I would, though.
On the train open house?
Stick it to him, man.
If you can't afford the train
The
open
principle of the
house,
thing.
right? I mean, she's right. Like, if you're going to cheat a buffet, fine. I get it. We've all been there. Our parents, I was 10 until I was 24,
Yeah.
right? But a $7 train open house is a different kind of story. No?
I'm cheating these train pricks.
Well, why go then?
Yeah.
Because the kid may want to go.
Okay. No kid.
I mean, I would
Yeah,
take my
that's a good-
grandson to
That's a
something like
good
that.
grandpa.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Grandson kind
You
of
hear what he
event.
said? You hear what he said?
What?
I would take my grandson.
I would get him a little matching
Yes, sir.
tracksuit, and I would go.
You're fighting this. You're fighting it hard. Just embrace something you'd enjoy.
Because, you know, I'm waiting for when my grandson is ready for slot cars.
Yes.
I've already been, like, looking at slot car sets, and they got some wicked-ass slot car sets. So I'm ready for that.
So are you going to be so into it that you have a slot car setup, but like a permanent slot car setup where it's like, yeah, this is for my grandkid, but sometimes I like to go in my basement and play with it too?
We don't have the room. Yes, if we had the room.
Okay.
But I want to get one for here, and then I want to get one for Chicago when I go there.
Oh, I thought you meant here, like in this room. I'm not going to watch you play slot
no,
cards.
I'm not doing slot
You
cars in here.
pointed down. Like, we're
No,
going to
I
put a
meant
slot
like
car
down
track.
as in Rochester.
Okay, all right.
No, we're not bringing slot cars in here.
Okay,
I
good.
could,
No,
I
you
could.
can actually. You
Get
can.
a mini track in here, be kind of
It's
neat.
against policy. Only one Josh Allen and no slot car tracks here in the break room on CMF. All right.
What?
Look, bro, all I'm saying is
What?
with the way that you're changing your life for the better with your tracksuit, disappointing tracksuit situation, maybe just take the $7
Yeah.
and go spend 10 minutes in there and see how it
I'm
feels.
not going. My wife's out of town this weekend.
Yeah, that's perfect.
There's no way I'm. That is like the saddest thing.
What?
Well, she's out of the house. I'm going to head down to the church and go in the basement and look at the model railroad.
He can't get over the church part. Like, there's another
It all
building.
creeps me. You know, churches creep me out,
Yeah, I know.
especially the ones that are like defunct.
What is a defunct
What?
church?
Like you know,
some
like you're
turn-
going
you mean
bad.
like the
Something else?
Mayans?
No, well, yeah, like those guys.
Wait, so like a business, let's say a business buys an old church. and
That
they
I'm
turn-
okay with.
Oh, I thought that's what.
But like, if the
freaked you
church
out.
is still there, but you're going bad, because like now you're like taking in like it's like you're open for
The
business.
church has always been has always hosted community events.
Oh no,
and
this
stuff.
this lives in the basement of the church.
Yeah,
so,
this is like we're going
Right.
bad.
no, like we had said, like there are some churches, to Tommy's point, where
Yeah.
the congregation has gotten so low.
Yeah.
The donations don't support what it takes to run
They
the
gotta
building.
do something.
Yeah, so they'll put like a coffee shop that's run by somebody else, or like
They do wrestling,
Yep. they'll do-
and but they do those like low end wrestling events.
I've done comedy shows in other states where the comedy club was in the
Yes.
basement of the church.
Yes, I have too, and it bothered me. And I've also
probably
hosted
should
wrestling
bother
events
you.
with CMF here in town.
In churches.
Yes, and by the way, it's the same guys.
Right, he was wearing that tracksuit as the manager of several wrestlers.
Makes sense.
Tommy the Brain Muley. We have a dynamite, just kidding, he's got no brain, kind of break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday, you know what that means.
I don't know, but what is it? Bitching it out?
Yeah, Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also just after 7. The world is a scary place. And it's always
Yeah.
been a scary place,
Yes, it is.
right? But there is now international conflict, which has some people looking around worried.
Okay.
And they want a place to go in case things get as bad as they possibly can.
So, like, end of the world crap?
Oh, you got it. Surviving the end of the
Oh,
world.
survivalists.
One specific end of world scenario, because there was a time.
It was a survivalist time.
Thank you. Where these things were all over America. They were active. They were ready to go just in case we found out the Reds were coming.
Actually, you could order them out of Soldier of Fortune magazine,
There you go.
which my brother still subscribes to. You know, my brother still gets that.
I didn't know that was still a thing.
I didn't either, man, but he has them all, like, stacked up in his house.
Well, it makes sense they still make it. They had a fortune.
Yes.
There are now people in Rochester
Yeah.
preparing for the worst case scenario that are sharing
Like doomers.
where the locations of these public things, or at least at one time public things, are.
Like, where to go.
Where they still exist.
Yeah, you still see the signs around. At least there used to be some signs.
No, there
around
are.
town.
They still exist.
Yeah.
But
Mostly in church basements.
here's the thing. You're not wrong about that either. So you can go see a trade show and avoid the apocalypse. But here's the thing.
What?
These people think they're going to find may not be what they think is there.
Oh.
And we'll get into all of it. It's super interesting. Just after 7 o'clock here on the Break Room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy,
Yeah.
again, this outfit works perfectly for this break, too.
Oh, I thought this thing sucks.
No, it does suck. It's so disappointing. It's better than what you had last week. Kimmy,
Yeah.
there are places dads are drawn to buy their clothing. Mm-hmm. And that has changed.
Like certain stores?
Yeah,
Well,
you got it.
It changes a little bit over time.
You
just
got it.
based on styles and the way dads dress.
This place, it seems right now, is Dad Clothes Central.
Oh.
Yeah. And
We know a lot of dads.
and this story this morning, not good.
For dads?
Well, yeah, because Kimmy, if this one starts to go, what the hell is left?
So where do dads go?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This is bad news for dads.
What happened?
Bad news for dads. Because if this is a trend that continues, we got nowhere to go.
Ooh.
We're men without a country. Because as much as this changes every couple of years, I don't know where there is left for us to go.
So where are they dead?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 6:45 this morning.
Yeah.
There was a woman in some trouble for this crime that we keep seeing over and over again, which, again, makes no sense to us here in the break room. But if you were to find yourself in this situation, there are 2 phone calls to make. Which one do you make first? And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. It was announced yesterday that Kohl's,
What?
the department store,
Yeah.
will be closing stores nationally.
Man, I thought they were like the king.
I thought so, too. Now, here's the thing. It's not a total disaster. Kohl's announced they will be closing 27 stores across the country. They have over 1,000 stores nationwide. So they say they're just closing the underperforming stores. But, not to be alarmist guy, we have seen other retail places start this way, and then all of a sudden it goes really bad. But dads right now, seeing this story, are on high alert because Kohl's is the dad store.
Yes.
Right.
With all your Kohl's cash.
Exactly. I mean, there are dads whose 401ks are only Kohl's cash.
Yes.
And you get that compound interest with Kohl's cash, you got yourself a new pair of sneakers.
Yeah.
Son. Now, Kohl's has everything a dad needs, but specifically, Kimmy,
Yeah.
dads buy their clothes at Kohl's.
Well, the deals, Pat. They got good brands, good deals, and you get your Kohl's cash when you're all done.
You get sturdy jeans.
Oh, they do have sturdy jeans.
They do.
Here's what Kohl's did.
All in one place.
What Kohl's did, Kimmy, to corner the millennial dad market.
Yeah.
They took brands that used to be cool, that are no longer cool. They brought them into their stores.
Yeah.
And when you are inside a Kohl's, it's like when you walk into a building and your cell phone doesn't work.
Yeah.
It is a self-contained millennial, like, oh, man, I remember Billabong. Pretty cool. You don't know that nobody else thinks Billabong is lame. So you're going to buy the Quicksilver or the Billabong or whatever T-shirt they're going to sell you for $23.99 at Kohl's.
With a good sturdy belt.
Is Kohl's the ultimate dad store, Kimmy?
I kind of think so. I mean, I think your brother, Ryan, is a perfect example of that. Big Kohl's guy. Talks about his Kohl's cash.
Yep, my brother Ryan loves Kohl's. In fact,
They kind of replaced Kaufman's.
You think Kaufman's was there?
Kaufman was kind of like a dad's store because they had a big dad's section there.
Okay.
And I remember like they also would sell you like those other things that you didn't think you needed, like a leather flask.
A 7-in-1 multi-tool that's the shape of a credit card.
Yeah, like they would sell, and they would be right in the section where like the socks and underwear were.
It's a watch that looks fancy, but it says Kaufman's on it.
If you use the word sneaks, that's your store.
Oh,
Gotta get me a new pair of sneaks.
Why? Okay, what's wrong with that?
That's a dad word.
This is a dad word.
That's
No.
dad code.
Yeah.
Sneaks.
People say
100%.
sneaks. That's what that
That's
means.
dad
New
talk.
Sneaks.
It's not. No, I mean. All right.
You can use it. It's a dad word.
Okay.
You are a dad.
I don't. I feel like Sears is what Kohl's
Well,
replaced.
Sears.
yeah.
Sears. Then it was Kaufman, but Sears was yes, because Sears you could get everything at Sears.
Okay, so like with Sears, Kaufman's, I would even argue Kmart.
Yeah.
Those were the big dad stores. Like that's where you went and got your clothes.
Yeah.
Those places are now gone.
Right.
And you can make an argument for Walmart being a dad clothing store. But, Kimmy, I think the chaos of Walmart keeps a lot of dads away when they don't absolutely.
too much.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
you feel a little bit more. I don't know what the word is. You're a little bit more organized at Kohl's or something.
There's peace
Like
and quiet in Kohl's.
Yeah,
There
yeah,
is
it's
there
not
is
as-
yeah.
There's a calm.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
you're right. Like my life as a dad is chaos, right? I got screaming and yelling and driving and all this stuff.
Yeah.
I walk into Walmart, it's like being
It's
a
not
dad.
too overwhelming.
Yeah,
There's
like-
not a grocery store.
And you won't see
attached.
anybody really attractive in there.
What? At Kohl's?
Yeah.
Oh, they got that Kohl's calendar they put out.
I think your brother was on the cover.
Yeah, they call it the Kohl's Clippers. Great stems.
And it's a store you can bring your kids to when they're kind of occupied.
Yeah, there's stuff for them to do
Yeah.
too. You're right. They can go off and
Yeah.
look at. They have a Sephora inside, so if you have daughters, you can go.
Yeah.
They can go run
All
off to the
right.
Sephora while you do your dad shopping. All right. So 252 WCMF 252-9263 to all you dads out there when you got to buy a nice new pair of slacks or a new shirt or a new pair of sneaks. Which, by the way, I'm gonna argue is a totally fine way to say sneakers.
I didn't say it wasn't.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. I hear the way your voice
said
is going.
No, I just said you shop at Kohl's if you use the word sneaks. That's all I said.
Okay, if we do a Mount Rushmore of dad clothes shopping, Kohl's is up there.
Yeah.
Old Navy is up there.
Always been.
Because Old Navy has survived through the Gen X and millennial wearing it when it was cool stuff, so we still go back to Old Navy.
And you want to support the military.
What are the other two heads of dad shopping on Mount Rushmore? Is there any? Are there two other stores, or are we that hurting that bad for retail?
Okay, this is an up and comer.
Okay.
Costco.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah,
That's a good
A
one.
lot of dad stuff at Costco.
And you got to put Dick's in there.
I don't think guys buy their clothes at Dick's.
But you can. I mean, they got all that stuff. And now you get that
If you're looking for
discount
more
Dick's over
athletic
by
wear.
my house.
No, that one works, but that's such a unique, like, standalone
Yeah.
thing.
Oh.
See, here's the problem with Dick's if you're a dad buying your clothes. It's too expensive. So every once in a while, they will run those Dick's sales at the actual Dick's where everything's like 90%
Don't you go
off.
there and get disappointed?
Well, there were those years. Never mind. Shut up. Shut up. No, I'll buy the 90% off Dick's. I'm not going to spend retail Dick's, man. I'm not.
Yeah.
No, it's serious. Like, I'm not going to spend.
You got to budget your Dick's.
Bro, I'm not going to spend $45 on an Under Armour shirt that I can get at Marshall's for $7 5
maybe
weeks later.
Marshalls is the other one because everybody goes to Marshalls.
Okay, so let's talk about that because I think you can make an argument. Oh, hold on. Let's go back to Costco for a second because you're right about Costco. Their clothes section has become massive, and there are points in our lives as men where you realize you are no longer cool. Like
I don't care.
Yeah, and I think the first time you buy an article of clothing at a Costco,
But it's Adidas, Pat.
okay, fine. You'll justify why you buy it.
Well, it's comfortable.
But while you're standing in line,
quality.
as you take out your membership card to show them to buy clothes, is when you realize,
With that giant bag of pretzels.
yes, the dream is dead, Kimmy.
Yeah.
You are no longer cool.
It's over.
I have now bought clothing at a big box club store.
I would say Marshalls is probably the one where your wife will go buy your clothes. You probably don't go there. Your wife will bring it home for you.
Okay, but that's not a dad's store,
Right,
then, right?
yeah.
Because here's the other thing about Marshalls, what sucks. If I go to a Kohl's, I can get in and out. No dad shops for more than 15 minutes at a time for
Yeah.
clothes. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Right? Like Costco's different because you're also buying groceries. If I go into an Old Navy, I'm out of there in 15 minutes. If I go to a Marshalls with my wife,
Yeah,
that's a
it's all day.
45-minute trip.
Yeah, and it's not the only stop.
Yeah, you're right.
It's a multiple stop day because there's always a home sense. We got to go look at something.
No one ever talks about when I'm done after 15 minutes looking at dad clothes. That 30 minutes between when I'm done and my wife's done, where I'm just walking through the section of where like the tables are at Marshall's, like, oh, that's a sturdy table.
Yes.
Man, how did that chair doesn't look comfy? Wow, look at these chocolates.
I'm sitting on a big hand.
Why do they have the big hands?
I don't know, but every store's got one, man.
Are there stores that you shopped at as like a teenager that you stuck with? Because I think that there are some stores like that for women. But what about guys?
I
feel like
can't-
you guys,
what would
you
be
guys
still
move right
around?
on.
I can't think of one because like
But most of them would be closed.
well, no, like
Like I'm thinking for like women, like Express, maybe one of those
Okay.
places.
Chess King.
Chess King has not existed for 30
I know.
years.
I know.
Abercrombie came back around again.
So Abercrombie, I will not obviously buy anything from Abercrombie. I'm not a youth minister. Also, so Pacific Sunwear, PacSun, was a thing that opened up when I was in high school in
I
Rochester.
can imagine Dad wearing that stuff now.
I can't. No self-respecting dad can buy anything from Pacific Sunwear. I can't think of a store that I shopped at as a kid that I would shop at now.
Yeah.
That is a huge difference between men and women.
Yeah, true.
Because I told you, my wife will go into like Hollister and buy jeans.
Yeah.
And
but that's normal.
I told you that story. So my wife goes in. I think maybe it was Abercrombie. She goes in to
Yeah.
buy jeans at Abercrombie. And, my wife is older than I am. So we walk in, and the kid behind the counter, who is like our daughter's age,
Yeah.
goes, do you have an email with us? And my wife goes, yeah. And she gives her email.
Yeah,
And she
whatever.
goes, I can't find it. She goes, when's the last time you bought clothes here? My wife's like, 1998.
98. Man.
It was like some ridiculous thing. He goes like, oh, yeah, I don't think it's still in the system.
Getting a couple of votes, dad votes for J.C. Penney.
J.C. Penney? Nah, Penny seems too fancy. There's currency in the name.
I was the last time I was in pennies.
By the way, if the federal government gets what they want, what are they going to call it? J.C. Nichols?
Oh, yeah.
Folks,
exactly.
write that down. Come on, it's topical.
That's gold.
Send it to Dennis Miller. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kohl's announces they are closing 27 stores nationally. It's not a huge deal right now. They have over 1,000 stores. But like we were saying, this is how some of these other places that shut down kind of started. And if things go poorly for Kohl's, it's a problem for dads because dads' number one clothing place is Kohl's. So we can't even come up with a fourth Mount Rushmore head.
There's nothing left.
Well, there's a nomination from Jeff. He writes us on Instagram. He says, Target, get all my clothes at Target.
Target's kind of like,
Not a huge selection, though.
it's not really a dad store.
my
Like
husband's
Kohl's is
found
more of
some
a
stuff
dad
there.
store.
No, I mean, I think Tommy's right. I look, Target has dad things. Kohl's is a dad store.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Because I put Target along with like Walmart.
No.
It's got a pharmacy. It's got groceries. Ain't no groceries in cold.
Put
don't know
that
if-
on a T-shirt. Sell the raw shop.
I don't know if Target shoppers see it that way.
So here's what's weird about Target. First of all, you got the same problem with Marshalls because if you go with your wife or kids,
Be there forever.
yeah, you are in Target forever,
Yeah.
which is weird because they're not that big.
No.
Target is not big enough for
Only
you to
here.
want to spend the amount of time you want to spend in Target. But every person who walks in a Target looks like they're trying to be Taylor Swift.
Oh, really?
It is astonishing.
Is that the
to me.
dudes, too?
Yeah, it's weird. Very strange. No, like I will walk through that Target, and if they're not like an older woman, every woman in that store is dressed like she's
Yeah.
trying to be Taylor Swift.
Well, isn't Target supposed to be like the hip version of the mom store?
It was. I don't know what it is now because
I'm
again,
not sure either.
what is Target? What are they shooting for?
I
Because
thought-
my kids like Target, my wife likes
I
Target.
thought it was like moms and daughters went to Target.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they have the men's section.
But it's puny, man.
They have the electronic section, which, if we're going to stereotype, mostly a guy thing that they get
Yeah.
excited about. They also have like the sporting goods section where you can buy a kettlebell.
Okay.
Pretty exciting there.
Oh, yeah. Kettle shopping.
All right, so then the Mount Rushmore is Kohl's, Old Navy,
Costco.
Costco,
Costco.
yep,
Okay.
and Target. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. God, what happened to us? Maybe is there a $1 million idea for like a standalone dad clothing store?
Oh, sure.
So why don't we do that?
Tracksuits Incorporated.
There you go.
No, but like I mean, it would it would only be able to last one generation because there's going to be a point where I just don't care anymore.
Well, and it's uncool now because that's where your dad shopped.
But here's the thing.
But the new dads coming up would go to.
Well, no, because the new dads have brands that they remember as a kid that they want to keep nostalgic, so they're going to want that stuff.
But don't you just like re-image the store?
I guess you could, but then you're going to alienate the dads that still want to shop in that store that are getting older. It's a problem, Tom.
All right.
That's why retail, it's why Chess King doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Remember? That's why we don't have our Gadzooks to go shop at.
Gadzooks.
I love Gadzooks, man. I bought so many flappy jeans at Gadzooks. Let's take a break.
All right.
This woman's in serious trouble.
Oh, boy.
And it's another tale of this weird-ass charge that we still can't wrap our heads around here in the break room.
Yeah.
That being said, when an incident like this would happen, if what happened, according to police, is true,
Mm.
there are one of two phone calls you would have to make. And the decision on which phone call is first could change your relationship with this person forever.
Yeah, those phone calls are. You've never had to make that phone call.
No. But by the way, I don't think this story is what you think it is based on that statement.
I've had to make 2 of these phone calls.
Yeah.
And
This
they
is not the phone call I'm talking about.
Okay.
We'll get into. We'll tell you what it is next
Right.
here in the break room on CMF. sometimes making a mistake is not about the mistake you made, but how you can smooth it over afterwards. And I think that's the crux of this discussion.
No smooth?
Well, if you were to do what this woman allegedly did, there are one of two phone calls you could make.
Yeah.
Or, excuse me, one of two people you're going to call. And the question is, which call is the better first call? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
I think we're going to bitch it up, buddy.
That's right, Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And with the situation going on internationally, tensions amongst countries, nuclear countries.
Ooh.
There are some folks in Rochester that are now preparing.
Okay, for the end?
Well, I mean, the goal is this would not be the end for them.
How to avoid annihilation?
And at one point, Rochester was well suited for this, so much so that a lot of these still exist.
Well, Rochester was a big target.
Well, that's what they said. But these people that have put together this list, they don't think they're going to find what they think they're going to find when they get there, do they?
I don't know what they're thinking.
All right, we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story comes from the home of Tommy's mom. My crotch. No, Auburn, New York. Police were called for an accident just outside of Auburn. And when they got there, they found a woman. And eventually, after talking to her, going back and forth, they found out she was allegedly under the influence of drugs.
Okay.
And that would be bad enough.
Sure, that's not good.
But to make the story worse,
What happened?
turns out the car she was driving, not her car.
What?
And once again, she's not being charged with stealing the car. It's one of these weird stories where she's being charged with taking the car without the driver's consent.
Okay, didn't have permission.
Yes, and we've talked about this at length like 3 or 4 times, and nobody can give us a clear definition, the difference between stealing a car and taking someone's car without consent. So,
because you obviously had access to it.
And you may have known the person,
Yeah.
right? So let's go with that. They knew
All
the
right.
person had access to the car, but they did not have permission to take the car. So she has been arrested. She's facing a bunch of charges. She has a court date coming up. So, Tommy, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Take yourself out of that tracksuit and into the shoes of this woman,
All right.
which, by the way, probably the same shoes. Let's say for some reason you took a car from a friend or a family member.
Yeah.
They were unaware. You then crashed the car doing something stupid, and you are standing on the side of the road. Your phone is in your hand. Does your first call go to the police to report the accident, or does your first call go to the person you took the car from?
So I don't want to call the cops
Why?
because I'm already in trouble.
Okay, but the cops are going to find out.
I understand that. I don't need to give them any help.
Okay.
So I'm not.
So much for back of the blue, according to your track.
I back the blue. I don't. I also don't like to bother them.
I back the blue until the blue comes back it up to me.
Yeah, I don't like to bother the police with my problems. So I got to call the person.
Okay.
Because I could see myself in this situation as a young man.
Like you being the one stealing? Okay.
Not even
No,
stealing.
not stealing.
Not stealing.
Borrowing without
Borrowing.
consent.
Because I could see, I used to
Yeah.
crash at guys' houses, right?
Yeah.
And I had sketch car that also sketch worked. So I could see myself like scoring the car to go get something.
Your buddy's
Yeah.
car.
Yeah, he's not home, right?
Or he's
Or let's say
sleeping or
he's
something.
sleeping
Okay.
still, grabbing the car to go, and then I get into an accident.
Okay.
So I'm going to call him first.
All right, gotcha.
And I'm not. That's the only call I'm.
So you're not calling the cops. You're going to let the cop. You're going to leave the scene of an accident too, smart guy?
If I could, I would.
Awesome. Great call.
Well, because it's not my car; it's his car.
So you're gonna
leave your buddy to deal with.
You're going to hope
it.
that they think your buddy you left the scene of an accident.
Yeah, because let's say I'm wasted,
Yes.
and he ain't.
Still
gonna
left the scene of an accident. Still a crime.
Somebody will be there representing the car. So technically,
What? No.
somebody is a representative of my scummy group will be on site to represent this automobile.
That makes you a bigger scummy scum. If you're the one.
Can't argue that.
and a
blaming-
lush. No, but
forget
especially
the-
if I've been drinking, man.
Okay, let's back
I
this
got to
up.
cover my ass.
Let's back this up. Well, one, you made the mistake of drinking and driving and taking your buddy's car. No, you
I-
don't.
I plead guilty.
No, you're not, because
No,
you
you
ran
don't.
away. You ran away from the car.
But yes.
Okay, so just here's why your brilliant plan. There are gaps in this thing. You said someone will be there to represent the car. No, they wouldn't.
Yeah.
No, because I get my buddy to switch out.
So
with
you're
me.
going to call your buddy, say, hey, I not only did I take your
Yeah.
car, I
Surprise.
wrecked it, and I need you to come out here now and lie to the cops, which is also a
Not
crime.
lie. It's your car.
Yeah. Were you
Eh,
driving?
You do drive this car.
Were you driving?
At some point,
Were
yes.
you driving the car when you
At
got in this
some
accident?
point.
Were you driving the car when you got in this accident?
I am not because of the trauma of the accident right now, I'm not sure.
Okay, so you were lying. And then this witness over here said you were driving the car.
Who's a witness?
The person who was in the accident with you.
Right. Other people.
Well, they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
All right, I'm going to turn to Kimmy now.
Yeah.
Kimmy, let's say situation, you borrow a car without someone's permission, you
Okay.
wreck the car. Is that first phone call going to the police to report the accident or to the friend to explain what happened?
Well, I would think the police, and then you figure out the friend later.
Oh.
Go the other way.
Because, well, what is my friend? My friend might call the police on me if they were pissed enough. You
The
know
cops
what I mean?
are coming
So
anyway.
So you're saying cops is the smart move
I don't
first.
think you can avoid the cops.
No, I'm not saying this is to avoid. Now, I understand why Tommy going down his rabbit hole. What I'm saying is you can call your friend, explain, and then call the cops and report the accident.
Yeah, but I want to take care of it now as much as I can before I go to friend.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying, but I do want to present you this potential scenario. If you call the cops first
Yeah.
and report the accident, it is possible
Mm-hmm.
that the cops get to your friend first and
Okay.
you don't get to give your side of what happened. Granted, it's not going to be a great side.
Yeah.
You'll at least have the opportunity to be like, I'm your friend, try and smooth it over.
I don't think it's gonna work.
So you're a coward. You don't want to talk to your friend. You would rather the cops tell them.
Yeah, but then they also know, like, well, they're already there. It's already all done. You know, like the situation's over.
No, it's not, because they're going to have lots of questions when you get either bailed out or released on your own recognizance or
Right.
whatever.
Sure,
I mean, I think
but I've already, I'm now defeated.
And if you get into an accident and you hit somebody else, they're probably already calling the cops. So that's already been taken care of.
Okay.
So that's off your plate.
All right.
Call the person who owns the car.
I mean, I would say the smart move is you call let's say it's even a tree. You swipe
Right,
a tree,
yeah,
you can't
yeah.
move. You call the person who owns the car first, you give them a heads up, then you call the cops and let everything get handled. Yes, that's that one.
That's an idea. I wouldn't go completely with that.
Here's the problem, though. If you call your friend first, you're gonna kind of bend the truth. You're gonna lie a little bit. It's not gonna be the story that the cops are then gonna tell them. So now you've lied to your friend on top of it.
Several studies have shown, and anybody in politics will tell you, the first story you hear is the one you are most likely to believe.
Okay.
Yeah,
So if you
unless
get to
that
that-
story's very different than what
Understood.
actually
Well,
happened.
yes, I'm not saying, there was a nun that needed to be rushed to the emergency room, so I grabbed the car, she jumped out, I tried not to hit her, I hit a tree. You just give a softer version. And I'm not saying they're not going to be pissed, but it does give you an opportunity to, the best you can, control the narrative with this person who you put in a really bad spot.
Yeah.
All right, 252 WCMF, as we talk about this woman out in Auburn who allegedly took a car without permission that was not hers, got into an accident. Police say she was under the influence of drugs when it happened. We're talking about who you call first, the friend who you took the car from or the cops.
Yeah.
Tommy, the only person who could pull this in your life where you would not hold a lifelong grudge against them would be your kid, right?
Well, that would be number one. This would probably happen to. Like
Yeah.
your kid took the car without permission, got in trouble.
It's funny. I would have
'Cause
thought
I did it.
I would have thought the same thing, but we've never seen a kid story. It's always grown-ass people.
But I've done this.
I get
cover
it.
my tracks. But yeah,
I get it. But the ones that show up in the news are like people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s.
which is surprising because I knew so many guys back in my day that grabbed the keys and left.
Unless the ones that are teenagers don't make the news.
I guess because they don't report it.
Because here's the thing: if your kid does this, takes your car, smashes it up. One, if they're safe, that takes precedent over everything.
Yeah.
You're just relieved. Two, like you said, teenagers are stupid. Even though you're disappointed in their choice, this isn't an out of left field thing.
Yeah.
I mean, also, like you said, you may have done this, and you have a lifetime of being a mom or dad to smooth over this situation.
Yeah.
I was racking my brain with this story last night. I can't think of a single other person in my life who could take my car without asking, smash it up, drunk drive, whatever, and I would be able to totally forgive that person.
So it would be just
my
that.
kid. I think it's just my kid. Because, I mean, like, my wife can take my car whenever she wants. I'm not talking. I'm not.
But you have a
counting
lot
her.
of people in and out of your house, family.
Oh, yeah,
with the
sister,
kids
brother,
and-
yeah,
I was just gonna
Right.
say, like,
so
what
what if
about
one of them? Let's say your brother Ryan. He's got to run something to the store with the. He didn't get permission, but he just took it.
No, okay.
Especially like a sibling or somebody or
Yeah.
parent that does a lot for you. You know what I mean? Like, let's say you have a parent that watches your kids all the time and they decide to take the car and make bad decisions.
I'm not saying I would cut them out of my life.
Yeah.
But let's use my brother. My
Yeah.
brother and I are close. Let's say he takes my car without asking, which is insane because it's so easy to get a hold of somebody now. Hey, man, I'm taking your car. Text me or call me. Hey, man, do you mind if I take your car?
Yeah.
I would still have my brother in my life. I would hold it against him for the rest of his life. I think it would always be there. Like, how could you do this?
Would it bother you depending on what they were doing with the car? Like if they're running an errand, if
Yes.
they're trying to pull a move.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
just
unnecessary crap.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be easier to justify if he had to go get, like, diapers for his daughter. I still wouldn't be happy about it, but okay, I mean, I guess I get it. Yeah, if he's like, hey, man, I'm borrowing your car to go meet a buddy down at the bar.
Right.
Doesn't tell me.
Depends on where he's going.
Yeah, I think that matters, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, but either way, he did take it without asking.
You know, I always wonder, too, with these stories, what the person whose car was taken was doing when they didn't notice their car was gone. Like, are these stories of people who, like, have homes in Florida and the car sits in the driveway?
Could be that.
Are these people really heavy sleepers? Like, did the person who took the car time out when they were busy and away,
Yeah.
knowing they would be distracted? Because that last one would be infuriating. Like, you had a plan to deceive me.
Yes, that's
Like,
true.
Yeah.
this isn't like, hey, I'm in, Okeechobee for the winter, so I'm just going to use your car while you're gone. Like, this is, I am timing out like it's Ocean's 11 down to the minute when I can get your car, bring it back, and you're not going to know.
It could be one of those families too. They have they own a ton of cars.
Okay.
Because they have so many kids, and they're like,
There could be cars parked on the street.
right, and you just don't notice it in the moment.
I think no matter how many cars you have, if you looked outside, you'd notice one of them was
No,
missing.
you may not at the moment because like there's people like in our neighborhood that have like 4 or 5 cars, but I don't know if those are the kids' cars, the grandparents who like lives there.
They just changed the sign for Pittsford when you drive in. Welcome
Yeah.
to Pittsford. If you're missing a car, you won't notice.
You won't.
What an East Side effing
I'm telling you.
statement. Well, just if they take one of your 5 cars, what's the big deal?
Bro, you had a house full of like cars. Some didn't even move.
Understood. And if any of them were moved, I would have noticed. Yeah, you think my dad wouldn't notice a big maroon Dodge
He
Caravan?
didn't notice his wife half the time.
But no, if she was missing, he would have noticed.
Right.
Always there. There.
Yeah, I'm thinking like people that park on the street, like
Yeah.
it could be parked down a little ways depending on
Okay.
your driveway situation.
Could happen.
I mean, I guess it sounds insane.
Or
to
you
me.
could just think like your wife took the car. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Or
Somebody
she's
else
out with
borrowed.
something. She wasn't going to call you.
Okay, but where did my wife go if she's not there and didn't take the car?
Then you got some questions.
No, that's what I mean. Again, this ain't 1974 where it's like, oh, I'll just make an assumption. I have a cell phone. She's got a cell phone. You got a cell phone. She's got a cell. I could simply call my wife and go, hey, did you take the car?
Yeah.
No. Oh, well, I'll just leave this alone and not think about it for the rest of the day. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we got to bitch it up.
That's
Good
right.
luck.
Yeah, Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. Someone in this room very disappointed with someone else in this room.
She's always disappointed.
Well, I'm just saying, man, you did sell this hard.
Yeah. I think you took a step down here.
Oh.
Just
So you can
compared to
relate.
last week.
If you would like to see the second edition of Tommy Tracksuit Thursday,
Tommy Suits?
you can log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch, The Break Room on WCMF, on YouTube or Twitch, just after Bitch Voice Theater. There are a lot of international tensions happening in the world.
Oh, yeah.
And that has been enough to scare some people into coming up with a plan.
Yeah.
A plan for the worst-case scenario. And here's the thing. There was a time,
There was a time.
thank you, where Rochester was well-equipped to handle this.
Oh, yeah.
More equipped than you can imagine. When you hear this number, you're going to be astonished.
No kidding.
But these folks that recently on social media in our area have put out these lists to try and help people, what do they think they're going to find when they get there?
Oh.
We'll get to it next here in the Break Room. Let's see you, They say better safe than sorry, Tommy.
Okay.
But this could be worrying a little too much. And really, even if you did the research, there's no guarantees this place will do anything to protect you.
Yeah.
Because there was a time
when
when people in Rochester were very concerned about this and prepared for good reason. But now, you're going to need serious cash to even have a chance at surviving this apocalypse. You're hanging out. Yes. Apocalypse. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We encourage you right now to log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. The break room, WCMF on YouTube and Twitch, to get onto our live stream. It is the second edition of Tracksuit Tommy Thursday. Last week, he came in hot, Kimmy.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
Straight up, gray, authentic, old school
I
tracksuit.
liked it.
Yeah.
It fit.
He looked like a member of Run DMC. Had a big clock around his neck.
Those guys were cool.
He was one bucket hat away.
He was, yes. Yesterday, all day, on and off the air, he was talking up his second tracksuit. Said that it was louder and more ridiculous, over the top.
We thought it was only going to get better from there.
Yeah. And then he showed up, Kimmy, and you saw him, and the first word that popped in your head was?
I said scrubs.
You said you were disappointed.
I said disappointed?
Well,
no, she said disappointed
well,
first. When she came in.
It was just kind of,
Yeah, I mean,
you really oversold it. That's all I'm saying.
you look like a nurse's assistant.
It's not bad. It's just meh.
Oh, that's got to hurt because you were so excited about these two.
Like, if there's one woman that knows, it's Kimmy.
Yeah,
what a terrible
so
thing to say
trust
about
me.
her husband. It is Thursday. When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or say that an entire community logged on to YouTube, Twitch, the Odyssey app at WCMF.com to be
I think it
impressed.
worked.
And
I didn't say it didn't work.
Are you,
it just
are you
is
wearing,
kind of boring.
Are you wearing long johns under your tracksuit?
Why?
Why wear a tracksuit?
cold.
Oh,
You look like Kobe.
how hard was it to put those on?
Brutal.
Wait, they're not even long johns. They're like the smooth
They're like
ones.
leggings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
They're really
are
comfortable.
you doing,
Very
you
comfortable.
idiot?
All right.
No, but it's
You
cold
made
out.
up for the boring tracksuit.
You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of,
I'm Pat Duffy. I'm shocked by Tommy's leggings this morning. It's because I'm a non-leg wearing little bitch. They're very comfortable.
You look like Benjamin Franklin.
So here's the thing. They're like compression. So, I got that blood clot.
Yeah.
So the doctor said I got to wear them. So
Sure.
there's like support, like long john.
No, nothing says I'm a cool cat like I'm wearing support
Compression pants.
compression pants, long johns underneath my tracksuit form a blood clot.
It feels good.
You look like you're going for a jog after this.
I can just wear this.
Yeah.
It's
You look
true.
like you're going to Coach Pat in boxing.
I do have a thing for short Italian boxing coaches. We take all your bitch voices, we run it back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theatre, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Yeah, I don't want to get hit. It'll hurt.
I don't know.
I got my nice outfit.
Bitch has no helmet wearing. My head looks like a helmet, but I'm a bitch ass bitch.
Ray my face. And it was a French, kind of a joint. It was in Montreal. Oh, it's 7 hours away, man.
Yeah, 7
But
hours
it's
away,
French.
but a world away.
Pat Duffy. I wish I looked as cool as Commie Tommy this morning because I'm just a non-track suit wearing little bitch.
You do? You look like Kami Tommy. You look like Stalin's personal trainer.
I can't say out
You
loud.
weren't invited.
Oh, my name's Tommy, and I make up stories I can't say out loud because I'm a scared ass bitch.
They were like low-end side radio people.
Oh, my God.
Hey guys, good morning.
What's up?
So I've flown on Qatar Airways before.
I'm flying J.
Something along the
I'm
lines of-
just jealous of tracksuit Tommy because I want a cool tracksuit too, but I'm too much of a doofus to pull it off. Won't be cool, Tommy, tracksuit guy.
And that was Bitch Voice Theatre on WCMF.
Now, if you're watching the news, reading the papes,
Yeah, what's going on?
well, there's a lot of international tension.
Yeah.
Russia, Europe, the Middle East, and some folks in Rochester, because of all the tension,
Yeah.
the temperature being risen in Asia and Europe and all of these places, have decided to get proactive.
What are they gonna do?
Well, they have started to figure out where all of the fallout shelters in Rochester are.
From the 1950s.
You got it.
Okay.
So for those who
Go
weren't
down there and watch Ed Sullivan.
for those who weren't alive during the Cold War, fallout shelters, and I know you feel really old that I have to explain
Yeah.
this, but we have to explain this. Fallout shelters are places where you go and ideally are kept safe in the event that a nuclear weapon is dropped on or around Rochester.
Yeah.
They're concrete bunkers.
Basically, yeah, underneath buildings.
You got it. And at one time, all of these things were fitted with food, water, oxygen masks, first aid kits, all these things. Now, there has been a list circulating around social media in some Rochester Facebook groups where Rochester fallout shelters still exist.
Okay.
And it's interesting.
All right.
Because I know that everybody that has lived in this town for a long time can immediately think of where they've seen that circle with the yellow and black stripes on it, right? You know off the top of your head where there is a fallout shelter. So in case of something horrific happening, I think most of us would have a place where if you wanted to make that move, you could go.
Sure.
But there are a few problems.
Yeah.
Tommy, one, it looks like these lists are either places that have A, fallout shelter signs still outside, like on the building.
Yeah, yeah.
Or B, places that people remember having fallout shelters when they were kids.
Known for it.
Yes, places where they went when they had like drills and things. So there's a story in City Magazine from a few years ago.
What are they saying?
It says it's believed that none of the fallout shelters in the greater Rochester area have been maintained,
That
nor
makes sense.
do they have the provisions to keep people alive if we all had to stay in there for a while.
Basically, they're probably like storage areas, or if there was provisions, they'd be out of date by like decades.
Well, no, because some of those provisions were supposed to last 100 years, legit.
But none of that stuff ever does.
How do you know?
And when,
Can you imagine medicine that's been down there for 50 years?
Okay, the medicine is one thing. I'm sorry, Kim, I didn't mean to cut you off. But like, if we're being serious here, if you have decided that you are going to try and live through
Survive.
this, yes, and there is a fallout shelter with canned and whatever food from the 1950s. Yeah, I get you don't want to eat canned peaches from the Eisenhower administration, but it's better than dying.
Yeah, maybe.
were those shelters? I mean, I think at the time they were built, they thought they would withstand.
Yes.
An
that's a
attack
great
or an
point.
explosion. I don't know if they would actually, especially over time and not being maintained, actually protect anybody from anything.
Valid point. However, I will say
right.
this. I mean, you know this, Tommy, because we've seen the videos over and over again from the government. They did test to see what it would take to withstand nuclear weapons.
But
so,
aren't the weapons
yes.
a lot more
Yeah.
powerful
Yes.
now? You know, they're not going to be falling out of like a B-29 bomber flown by your grandfather. Let's give it to him, Charlie.
Yeah, but you're also under the assumption that it's going to be a direct hit where you
Sure,
are,
yeah.
right? So, I mean, a lot of these shelters, you rode out the radiation. That's
Okay.
why they had the provisions
Sure.
down there. So here's where it gets really interesting.
What's that?
With all of these folks now on social media worried about the state of the world, listing where Rochester fallout shelters still exist. Back in the day, we as a community were prepared.
Yes.
A story in the Democrat Chronicle from 1974
What do they say?
says there were 584 fallout shelters in Monroe County with
Damn.
room for almost 377,000
Oh.
people.
Damn.
If they were still all in operation, 1/2 of the population of Monroe County would have a place to go in case of a nuclear bomb
All right, we
detonation.
could survive.
And the reason we had so many in Rochester, places to go in case of nuclear explosion, it is believed, as you said earlier, that Rochester was on a list of targets from the Soviets because of all the government contracts Kodak had.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, yeah, we were on the list.
Did we ever get that confirmed, by the way, after the Berlin Wall fell?
I don't know.
Because I wonder, you know how every community thinks
Yeah.
they're like the greatest?
And they're that important?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did we know that for sure? Or were we like, oh, they're going to come get us?
Well, I mean,
Well, they're
maybe,
coming for the Amerks. Dick Campbell's going down.
maybe, you know, back in Russia, you know, Khrushchev had a big map of like Irondequoit.
We need to get them because the town is full.
Okay.
Okay. Oh. So it's funny with this whole idea
Yeah.
of Rochester being a target. Again, 252 WCMF, with all the tensions going on in the universe right now, there is a list circulating in Rochester groups on social media of where people believe all the fallout shelters still are in case of a nuclear attack. The U.S. government put out a manual in the 1950s called Rochester Target City.
Okay.
So the U.S. government thought we were a target. And
Okay.
inside, it has the estimated time a bomber would make it from Siberia to Rochester.
All right.
It had what to do in Rochester when we found out trouble was on the way.
Yeah.
It had all of the places to go where the fallout shelters were, like where your assigned shelter would be.
Yeah.
And it had the radio station to tune in when the bomb was dropped.
CMA.
It's a nuclear bomb, baby! But, like, It is eerie because I'm looking at this online, and you can like flip through it. It's an actual physical copy of the thing digitally, and like there must be people who still live in Rochester that had these in their hands. So I don't know if this is handed out to everybody or like special people that worked at Kodak.
I mean, there's probably some houses around here because people built bomb shelters too at their house.
You're right.
But they were just like cement block like basements basically, or almost like a root cellar you would call it.
Yeah.
So
you said it wrong.
root cellar.
Thank you.
So there's got to be a ton of those around here in some of these old houses.
252 WCMF. Did you buy a house that has a fallout shelter? Do you know if it's supposed to be a fallout
Maybe
shelter?
somebody along the way turned it into a man cave or something.
Yeah. Fallout shelter man cave be pretty badass.
Would be really cool. I'm surprised like they don't like revive some of these, revive them and like a tourist attraction almost.
Well,
Because
they
I
might
would
not be
love to
as
go down and look at one.
But it might not be as exciting as you think.
No, like you stock it back at how it would have looked in 1955.
But I mean, it is a piece of history.
Oh, you can almost turn it into like a restaurant.
Yeah, but that being said, most of these fallout shelters are just parts of public buildings that have other things going on, right? So, like, you can't open up a restaurant inside an elementary school or inside, a building that has 15 other offices going on. Yeah. And I think that, to your point, you want to put a restaurant in it? Like, after the first time you eat in just a plain concrete room?
No, but you dress it up like a 50s fallout shelter.
Okay.
That would be the theme?
So, concrete room with barrels.
Yes. Yeah, it'd be bleak.
That's what you call it.
Yeah, bleaks.
Bleaks. So you brought up the whole building fallout shelters at home.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. The events of the last few years have reignited the personal fallout shelter business.
Like people are buying them again.
So much so that right now you can go online and buy a prefab mini nuclear fallout shelter for your home. And I'm not making this up. You can look for yourself.
So it's already assembled?
Yes.
You just bury it in the ground?
Yes. A company called Rising S Bunkers will sell you an 8x12 mini bunker for your house.
Yeah, that's not too big.
It's not, but hey,
All
man,
right.
it's the end of the world. It comes with amenities. You get an escape hatch, bunk beds, an air filtration system, a water pressure pump.
Okay.
All of this can be yours
How much?
for the low, low price of $49,000.
$49,000.
Don't
You
you
can
think
build
that-
your own.
By the way,
Yes.
that price does not include delivery and installation.
I would just think that somebody that thinks that they need this kind of thing also doesn't trust the company that's providing it.
You bring up an interesting point.
Like I think like that guy's gonna go out there and do it himself.
Well, no,
and
but
do
I
it-
don't know what I'm
do
doing
it as-
putting a fallout shelter in.
But my point is, if you're somebody that really is going to take it to that level, I think that you're skeptical of everybody, everything. I'm going to make sure this is done my way.
No, but there are some snake oil salesmen that they manage to sell these pills.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? And then, like, people trust them for some reason.
Here's the problem with all that. So let's say you build your own or you buy a fallout shelter for your house.
Yeah.
You install it, you stock it, you're set.
Sure.
But let's say nothing really pops that bad for 4 years.
Okay.
But in 4 years, holy Christ.
What?
We're in trouble.
Yeah.
You open up that fallout shelter.
Sure.
Your wife's already been down there.
Okay.
What's in it? All of her crap. There's gift bags, old decorations, sweaters she doesn't want to wear anymore. There'll be storage containers like, I'm saving this for the kids when they go off to college. Like you'll die just pulling the stuff out from radiation poisoning and you'll be so pissed off at the time. Just carrying stuff out. Like old mirrors and stuff. Like I'm not surprised at how many mirrors we have in our basement we don't use anymore.
Why would
I
you
think
have so
it would
many
be
mirrors?
hard.
Because we remodeled. We just put them downstairs.
You side-ass bitch thing.
Okay, I do think.
Well, who
though,
else is you think doing this? West Side ain't building no bomb shelter.
As I said, they're building it themselves.
They just go underneath their Camaros.
No, I think all the Aquanet would protect your brain anyway. Go ahead, Kimmy. I'm sorry.
I would think if you are somebody that has one of these, like, yeah, you're knowing that's out there, you're gonna put it to use, even if you're not using it for its actual purpose.
I don't know, though. If I spend $49,000 on something that's going to save my life, I'm just going to leave it empty in case I need it.
I don't know.
Folks have been waiting patiently.
All right.
252 WCMF. We're talking about the end of the world, fallout shelters in Rochester, and folks that have been putting together lists worried about nuclear war of where you can go to fallout shelters that have not been serviced since before the 1970s here in the greater Rochester area. Dan is on CMF. Hey, Danny boy, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good, man. What do you got?
Good. I wouldn't even be worried about, the nuclear holocaust at this point. I feel like the EMP bombs are probably the biggest thing in our age that's a big concern.
I'm going to be honest. Don't know.
Yeah,
Don't really want to know. Not really a thing I want on my radar, Dan.
Yeah, it's basically just shuts down all.
Literally
electronics.
just said, do not know, do not want to know, Danny boy. Do not want to know.
All right.
Great call. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right. Here we.
Yeah.
You scared? You're about to be.
You don't even know, buddy.
Tommy,
Yeah.
do you think the people worried about this are nuts?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's not going to work, man.
Okay, so wait. You're saying they're not nuts for worrying about this. They're nuts for thinking this will work.
I think both. I
Okay.
think you're crazy to worry about things you can't control.
Okay.
And this is not going to work.
But here's the thing. Tommy, you grew up in a country
Yes.
that was collectively terrified by this every single day. You yourself in school
Yeah.
did drills to protect yourself from nuclear weapons. For example, all we have to do is get all of the old desks that we had, hide under them, nobody gets evaporated by a nuclear bomb.
Or just, you're in the hallway and you just curl up like a ball.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
And my brother was one that bought all the survival stuff. My dad was also kind of into this too. Like,
Well-
you got to stock up.
I mean, he was in the military when they dropped the bomb.
He was kind of, yes, he was in the military.
He was right there.
Yeah, he was in
like-
Finger Lakes.
Ground zero, ground like 47.
What did I say about the Finger Lakes back then?
What's that?
One Japanese Zero got past Skinny Atlas. So, but like he used to load up on toilet paper and stuff like that.
Okay.
Because you want a raw ass, you'll be running around with a raw ass. Probably won't be running around with a raw ass.
Also,
I'm
I
sorry.
might just sit down and surrender.
You did the same thing during COVID. You
What?
bought too much toilet paper that you needed.
they,
Well,
they
because I
need
got the septic
special
system.
toilet paper, though, Pat.
I got the septic system.
Give me your saying.
Also, even if you are fully prepared, you have this thing ready to go, what are the odds that you're even home or not
Yes.
sleeping when it happens? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what are
It's
the
a
odds that
missile
you
attack.
have time
They're kind of quick.
to get there and make sure everybody's there and accounted for?
But again, look, I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. But here's the thing. Like, we all think we know how this would go. We don't.
That's what I mean. It's going to be a surprise.
No, but I mean, you may have 45 minutes to an hour
But
to
here's
prepare.
like the thing. Like I always figure, first of all, if it actually happens, it's all toast. It's all toast. There's nothing left, right? But to your point too, like it's a missile that's going to get here in 15 minutes from across the globe. You know what I mean?
I don't know how this would work.
It's not a Dave Matthews tour where it's going to make multiple stops first.
Here we go, bomb, 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 yeah. Blow your house up. No, I mean, look, you may be right.
Yeah.
But it is arrogant to assume we know how nuclear warfare would work and how the process of this would go. We've never been through it before.
Okay, all right.
And like, here's the thing. Look, I agree with you that folks that are, stressing out about this and trying to survive this thing, it does give us an interesting perspective. However, we are living in what feels like very scary times, right? And I think that's a fair statement to make. And if the world does make you uncomfortable right now, who are we to tell you don't worry about it?
You do you, man.
But it wasn't that long ago that the U.S. government built nuclear fallout shelters for 1/2 of the population of Rochester in case of imminent destruction. And when you look at things through that lens, I mean, it does seem like maybe things were a touch scarier back then, right? Like the U.S. government was so worried about this, they had 1/2 of the population in Rochester ready to go underground.
But it was all new. I mean, it was new technology, new warfare we didn't understand.
And again, I am not here to say that was the wrong way to do it, because
Right.
you're right. We had no perspective. But I guess the point I'm making now is if we are aware of how this works, right, and there has not been a push to reopen all of this stuff or fix the infrastructure that we once had, maybe, it's not something we should be worrying about the way we worried about it 50 years ago.
That's true. That's true.
But I'm just thinking out loud. By the way, always easier to take the don't worry about total destruction, because if I'm right, I get to look cool.
Yep.
If I'm wrong, we've all been evaporated.
Right.
You can't tell me I'm an idiot.
Also, would Rochester even be on anyone's radar at this point?
I don't know. Well, I mean, Kimmy,
I get like you can make that argument back in the day, but I feel like they have bigger fish to fry than Rochester, New York.
I don't know what we've got going on here still. I mean, there was going to be a point where Rochester, New York was going to be a manufacturer for medicine for America, which would make us a pretty big target.
Yeah.
I guess.
I guess the one thing I would look forward to is the surprise countries that we did know had nuclear weapons that all of a sudden decided to pull her out now.
You'd look forward to that.
Yeah, like, oh my God, man, they had one too. We didn't even know.
Liechtenstein's got a
Yeah,
nuke.
how'd they
Holy
get
crap.
one?
They got one.
Yes.
Jacob writes us on Instagram.
What?
There would be no time to prepare because we just intercept the missile before it even got here if we knew it was coming. I want to believe that's true,
We just intercepted, it's over.
but like we've never done that before.
Star Wars. Reagan thought we had Star Wars.
No, like look, maybe Jacob's right. Maybe this is not even anything to worry about because
It'll
we have
take
the
care of them
technology.
Ruskies.
Yeah, to stop it.
Right.
That being said, if you've never, if you buy something and use it for the first time, you can't guarantee I want a couple runs at it.
Yeah, because you just don't know.
I will wrap up like this because
Okay.
I'm a petty ass bitch.
Whatever.
It's funny that all of the fallout shelters here in town, they're out of service.
Yeah.
They're probably not going to help you, whatever, if something terrible were to happen.
You even know where they are.
Right? But again, from whatever, 1940, whatever, up until the 1970s, 80s,
Yeah.
they had room for half of Rochester, back when life was better,
Mm-hmm.
back in the day, when the U.S. government always had to have bomb shelters to
Yes.
protect you in Rochester from total nuclear annihilation.
True.
Let's go back to that.
Okay.
Remember those days when
by
we
the
were
way-
kids?
And by the way, so it was like 300,000?
377,000 souls.
And
is
that
how
was
they
like in
put it.
1970.
That was 1974.
Yeah. Think how fat we are now. We couldn't even get a third of those people down there now. We're sold out. Sorry, we got 4 people in there. It's all we can hold.
Could you imagine like the chaos or the
Oh.
mutiny that would go on? You're stuck in one of these shelters with a bunch of people because like so and so over there they're eating too much.
People
They're
would
eating too
know.
much of the stock, drinking too much water.
People
How
would
about
get
the
killed.
smell? How about the smell?
Yeah, I mean, look, again, this ain't
Ain't
about
no bathing.
It's so funny, right, to like hear this guy who lived through this stuff. Like, you're such a spoiled ass East Side rich kid. Like, this is about survival.
I know, and you're worried about the smell.
The smell. Somebody's eating too many peaches. They're so fat. Oh, he's touching my elbow. Like, bro, we're just trying to survive.
Yeah, I like to be comfortable in my
I
survival.
want comfortability when trying to keep the human race going. By the way, if we're kicking people out, you have nothing to offer. You're gone. You're pretty much vaporized already. Look at you. All right, let's take a break. You know, we were talking this morning about places dads love to go.
Yeah.
And big box stores are places dads love to go.
yeah.
It's easier to go and get everything you need in one place.
Yeah.
Except with this.
Oh.
Because there is a man in some serious trouble. And what police say he had on him is jaw-dropping.
Okay.
But when I buy this, I only want to buy it from someone who has only this.
Oh.
Because when you have too much of it, now I'm starting to question what you got going on.
All right.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. This is the story of a businessman.
What happened?
And please say he had a hell of a business going.
Oh, nice.
Unfortunately for him, this business, very illegal.
Oh.
Very illegal. When it comes to buying most other things, Tommy,
Mm-hmm.
convenience is key. Like when a place has a ton of products all in one spot, saves you time, you want to go there.
All right.
But in this case, I think the more you have, the worse of a situation.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7:45, the NFL announced yesterday they will be making changes after what happened to the Buffalo Bills in the AFC Championship game. Specifically, a ball spot that may have changed their season.
Oh.
But here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
The rule they are planning on changing
Yeah.
and the way they're going to do it may not have helped the Bills anyway.
Oh.
We'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
we are taking a ride out to Canandaigua.
What's going on?
Well, that's where yesterday the Ontario County Sheriff's Department announced they made an arrest in a drug ring running inside of their community.
Yeah.
Authorities say they pulled over a 42-year-old man on Monday,
Mm-hmm.
and then they went to work executing search warrants. And, oh my, they say they found a lot.
Okay, what'd they get?
Did you see this story?
I sure did.
Okay. They say they found 1.5 kilos of cocaine, over 9,000 tabs of LSD, 6 pounds of marijuana, 6.5 pounds of mushrooms, 1.6 kilos of ketamine. Guy must have horses. 27.9 ounces of MDMA. I don't even know if that's a lot of MDMA. And exactly 92 ecstasy pills.
Somebody's prepared for concert season.
They say they also got their hands on almost $7,000 in cash, which, when lined up with all this other stuff, doesn't even sound like that much cash.
Yeah.
The 42-year-old is in big-time trouble. This morning, he remains in the Ontario County Jail without bail. That is a lot of drugs.
Yeah.
Lot of drugs. And I think what gets lost a lot of times in stories like this,
What's that?
the connections this guy would have to be in possession of all of this if the allegations are true.
Yeah.
Because, Tommy, we've seen from bigger drug stories, when it comes to sourcing illicit substances,
Yeah.
there isn't like a Sam's Club, all you can buy drugs.
Yeah.
One group sells you coke, one group sells you pot, you have another hookup for ecstasy. So if the allegations here are true, how many people was this guy using to get all of the stuff that he had?
How many
Different
customers
groups.
did he have?
Yeah.
Because he had that much of a selection.
I
I'm
mean,
guessing his customers all looked very different.
yes, exactly. Like just based on
he's a food court.
Yes. I mean, Kimmy, you bring up a great point. Like, if you sell pot, you know who you're
Yeah.
selling to. You sell
Yeah.
coke, you know who you're selling to.
Mushrooms.
I mean, like cocaine, LSD, marijuana, mushrooms, ketamine, MDMA, ecstasy pills. That runs the gamut of like
yeah.
5 different subcultures
Yeah.
of people, right? He must be a very friendly guy.
I wonder if it's because if it's a smaller town, he provides everything.
One-stop shop.
You know what I mean?
But you're also under the assumption he's only selling
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
Canandaigua.
Well, like in that area.
Okay.
You know, the country.
Well, look, I mean, come
Country
on.
dealer.
The
Come on,
Finger
man.
Lakes region of drug dealers.
You've been around long enough where you know it's not hard to find anything you need in any place you are.
No, but like maybe he's, he cornered the market, I guess is what I'm saying. Like he
Okay.
became the guy.
Okay. If the
Yeah.
allegations are true,
Yes.
of course. True or false?
Hmm.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The more types of drugs you sell, the less likely I want to buy drugs from you.
Yeah, like
What do
I
you
want
think?
you to be an expert in one thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And by the way, if you're someone who imbibed back in the day, I want you to think back to those younger years. Because there's the thing.
Yeah.
With any other business, buying from the store with the best selection of products means not only most likely the best prices, but a business that knows what it's doing.
Right.
It is well versed. However, to Kimmy's point, I feel like drugs might be different. If you're an expert on every drug, like someone who's done a bunch of different stuff to the point where you know what you're looking for and we can have a discussion about it, you're probably not older than 35.
Okay.
Because either you didn't go long and your body
Life
just
would have
gave
been
up.
a little tougher.
Yep. Or you got locked up. How are you, a 42-year-old man who would have expertise to discuss cocaine, LSD, marijuana, mushrooms, ketamine, MDMA, and ecstasy?
All right.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Would you feel comfortable buying drugs from a man who had all of these drugs?
I mean, I always looked for easy, like, the only time I've, pot and cocaine is the only thing I've ever purchased. But if they had it all right there, yeah, I guess I'm in.
Wouldn't even cross your mind.
Nah, I just want to get it done.
You bring up a...
Just try to negotiate a deal. Throw in a couple of.
I'm not that good of a negotiator, so no. Then I'm thinking like, if you're a junkie, and
Yes.
you don't that's a completely different mindset.
You're right, but when it comes to junkie, and I know I don't mean to draw like lines here, right? But there aren't a lot of junkie drugs here. Like when I think junkie, I think heroin, I think meth, I think crack cocaine.
Yes, those are your big ones.
Like these are more. I mean, I guess designer drugs are the wrong way.
Well, they're like
fun time drugs,
party drugs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's the perfect way to put it. Like I know there are people that are addicted to cocaine and things like that, ketamine, whatever. But
this is party stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I would feel wildly uncomfortable because I only ever bought pot back in the day.
Yeah.
If I walked in to buy pot and on this guy's table he's got ketamine, MDMA, coke, mushrooms, all that stuff. How does that not cross your mind?
It does. Maybe it should. Because I would be, oh man, this guy's got a lot of stuff. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Check it out. I gotta touch
like the BJ's of drugs.
I wonder if he gets a lot of like impulse buys. Like if somebody goes to him for something and be like, I also have this if you want to try.
But Kimmy, you brought up a great point. Like how many times do those lines cross? Like how many times does a guy who does LSD want to do coke? How many times does a guy that does ketamine want to do ecstasy? Actually, I'm not really familiar with those two, so maybe those cross.
I don't know.
But like a marijuana smoker is much different than someone who's going to do coke.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But marijuana mushrooms, maybe a little bit more of a overlap there.
Fair enough,
I don't know.
Fair
I'm
enough.
just thinking there could be some things that maybe he could upsell to people.
Comes out of upsell. I'm going to put you in these mushrooms today.
If you liked that high.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this 42-year-old man arrested out in Ontario County. Search warrant served after he was pulled over in Canandaigua. Police say he had 1.5 kilos of coke, over 9,000 tabs of LSD, 6 pounds of marijuana, 6.5 pounds of mushrooms, 1.6 kilos of ketamine, 27.9 ounces of MDMA, and 92 ecstasy pills. If you buy drugs or were someone who did back in the day, I want my drug dealer to sell one drug and one drug only.
So you're just like a focused guy.
Straight up, uncut. Well, no,
right.
not uncut because that might kill you, too. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing. Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Hey, first off, I apologize about Tuesday. I was kind of a dick.
Hey, man,
But
you're always a
anyways.
dick, but don't worry about it.
But anyways, maybe he was on his way down to the lake to make door-to-door sales to all the people that live down there.
Okay. He's like the Girl Scouts of drugs.
The welcome wagon.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Be more proactive about it.
Okay. All right. Well, again, but the more proactive you are in the drug game, the higher the risk you are if you get caught.
Yeah.
True. But, I mean, also, Canandaigua, like the richer people down there, kind of have a reputation for having party drugs and stuff like that.
Okay. I mean, look, I understand that. I do always find that funny,
I
too.
know.
Because, Ben, every community of every kinds of people have a reputation for all kinds of different things, right? I mean, look, Tommy and I traveled to the smallest towns in America doing jokes. And when we got there, there was stuff there.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Major stuff.
Oh, yeah. I believe that. Oh, one other thing real quick.
Here's where the
Tommy
call
looks
goes
like
bad.
Tommy looks like the fourth member of the Blue Man Group in case somebody's sick.
Ben, as Tommy predicted, this is where the call goes bad.
I tried, guys. I tried.
Yeah, you did. Thanks for trying, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
All right, have a good one, guys.
There goes Ben. Mitch writes us on Instagram. He says, you guys couldn't sound dumber right now. Tell me why. Look, I know. I'm out of the drug game.
Yeah, what do we do?
I've been out for a while. Why are we dumb? I mean, you want that?
Yeah,
You want that kind of
We're willing
selection?
to hear your theories.
Yes, 252 WCMF. You can write us at Duffy on WCMF on Instagram. It's the easiest way to get me. I'm right here, right? You know, the other thing about this story that kind of throws me,
Yeah.
guy's 42,
Yeah.
which feels to me a little long in the tooth for a drug dealer.
It is.
Right?
It is. But you never know, man. He's been at it a long time.
Well, but that's just it. Like a drug dealer, again, any other, if I go to a butcher, I want a butcher with experience.
Yeah.
If a guy's going to put siding on my house, I want a guy who has experience. Do you want a drug dealer with experience?
Well, yeah, I guess. I
Okay.
mean, listen, if you're
Stuck around this long.
you're pretty good at it if you're
Yeah.
still alive.
Okay, but there's two different kinds of people who sell drugs.
Yeah.
There are the folks who sell the drugs and don't touch the drugs, which I guess this would work here because you've been clear-headed.
Yeah.
There's also the folks that sell the drugs so they can buy their own drugs.
Yeah.
Or partake in the drugs. And I mean, look, man, we've been in this business a long time. The places we've worked,
Yeah.
there are people that we know that did a lot of drugs for a long time.
Yes.
And they are not people I would trust to tell me anything about anything.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you may be an expert based on experience, but I don't trust your brain right now.
I am surprised though, like the people I've known, I got some of my family. that have been really hardcore junkies, like street level people that are still alive.
Okay.
Like I always thought, man, I never thought she'd be this age.
It does.
And like your body didn't get the message.
It does feel like there are some people that are just genetically,
Bulletproof.
predisposed. I mean, you look
Yeah.
at someone. If we go famous, right, like Keith
Yeah.
Richards.
Well, he's this. Yeah,
How?
I know.
Ozzy Osbourne is still alive. He's going to do a farewell show. That guy should not be alive.
Yeah, but I think it's that they got that gene, man.
Like that must really piss you off if you like die of a heart attack and like when you're 59,
Oh, yeah.
jogging,
Mm-hmm.
and
Taking care of yourself.
yeah, and like these guys that did heroin, like I'll still go. They're all British. Is it a British thing?
Well, the Brits seem to be able to handle their stuff.
Can you think of a rock star, an American rock star, that had a serious addiction issue of like a hard drug for a while that
That's
made
still
it through?
kicking.
I mean, Lou Reed, but he's gone now. Iggy Pop, was he bad?
Yeah, but I don't think he was bad for long.
Okay.
Look, like some of these guys cleaned up their act, like Johnny Cash.
Yeah.
You know, he went to prison. He kind of cleaned it up, found Jesus, straightened himself out.
Sure. I mean, and
But like the guys that went hard, they all died at 27. They did.
Yeah, no, you're
Like
right.
even like Belushi, all of those guys.
Who's the American equivalent?
Yeah, I don't think we got one.
Charlie Sheen?
Well, he's
That's a good one because
How
he
old
did
is he?
everything, man.
not that young, or he's not that old yet.
How old
though.
is Charlie Sheen?
He's got to be He's got to be pushing 60.
Yeah, but we're talking
Yeah, but
Keith
you
Richards and
guys
Ozzy
are
Osbourne.
talking about some old dudes.
But remember, but he's still going.
Yeah.
Charlie Sheen is 59.
Oh, well, he's got a while to go. He ain't gonna. No, it's not good.
Yeah.
That's not good.
I think he goes. I think he's our guy.
He's
our Keith.
He's in a he's in a bad spot. No, that is wrong. I can't think of one American.
Yeah.
I can't think of a single American. What is wrong with us? I thought we were supposed to be the greatest country on the planet. Can't handle a little heroin,
Like
guys.
Axl Rose just got fat.
Yeah, but he also stopped.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
We got nominations for Steven Tyler.
Now he cleaned up long ago.
I thought he did. And have you seen? And he looks like everyone's guidance counselor from high school now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was bad, but that was in the
When did
70s.
when did he clean up?
Like in the 70s.
Okay.
Like he was like street bum
But
for
then,
a while.
but then again, I guess like Keith also cleaned up in the early '80s. So did
But they
Ozzy.
asked Keith like what when he said he cleaned up.
Yeah.
All he does now is vodka and cigarettes.
Well, yeah, he's
Yeah.
British sober.
Oh, clean it up.
Okay. Well, I guess Steven Tyler's our leader in the clubhouse
All right.
right now. All right, let's take a break. Bills fans were furious the night of the AFC Championship game because Josh Allen got that first down.
Yeah.
We all witnessed him get that first down. And after the conspiracy theories ended, we decided that there needed to be a better process to measure how all of this works.
All right.
The NFL has heard our cry.
Good.
And they announced yesterday they are making a change. We are going to use technology to ensure something like that never happens again.
Fantastic.
Except
What?
with this technology, what happened to Josh Allen in the AFC Championship game could very well easily happen again. Why? Why? Next in the break room on CMF. Leave it to the NFL
What they do?
to swoop in and fix a problem
All right.
with a solution that will not fix the problem which we are using to determine we need to fix the problem in the
All
first
right.
place. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. The NFL Combine starts this week.
Oh, boy.
It's today, actually. So
But you can watch it, can't you?
Yeah, it does huge numbers.
Yeah.
It does huge numbers. I mean, you wouldn't. Why would you not want to see a bunch of dudes in underwear running around?
Just working out.
But with the NFL Combine comes all the league meetings.
Right.
And they discuss rule changes. For example, the Green Bay Packers earlier this week wanted to outlaw the tush push.
Yeah, I saw that. Big breaking news.
Yep, no word on whether or not that happened. But the NFL did make an announcement yesterday.
What'd they say?
They are going to be changing the ball spotting rules. And the reason ball spotting rules became a topic of conversation, as we all know here in Western New York, was that 4th and 1, 4th and 2 Josh Allen had
Yeah.
that he clearly got in the AFC Championship game that did not
Yeah.
come out the way it was supposed to. So the question was how they were going to do this, and we all assumed it was going to be a chip in the ball. There would be something on the
Which would make sense, like
Yeah.
an electronic thing to read it.
Exactly. There'd be a stick at the end of
Yeah.
the first down thing. It would go off. You'd be able to turn it out. Well, it turns out that's not how they're going to do it.
Oh, why not?
They have something called virtual Hawkeye tech. And the NFL said yesterday they've been using this in the preseason for the last couple of years.
What does it do?
It is an overhead camera that uses technology to spot the ball.
Well, didn't we already have that when I see that overhead camera when they show you the aerial
Yes.
footage? Is that the same
Okay,
thing?
so two things. One, I don't know if the aerial camera that we see on those broadcasts are used by
Okay.
the NFL in the reviews.
Yeah.
And two, it seems like there may be more technology involved than just a camera over
All
the
right,
top.
all right.
Details are fuzzy. I'm sure we'll get more as we move forward.
But it's still a judgment call.
And that's the problem, is you'll get a better look, and maybe there is something that the ball will be picked up by, blah, 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 blah.
All right.
Whatever. But there is a catch.
What's the catch?
The reason Josh Allen didn't get that first down in the AFC Championship game, according to the NFL, is his forward progress was stopped before he hit the line to gain.
Okay.
NFL refs will still on the field be able to decide when the progress is stopped. So you know when you're watching a game and a guy's
Yeah, it
moving,
kind of goes back
yeah,
and
and then they
forth.
just blow the whistle
Yeah.
like, okay, it's over. That's still going to happen. So it is very possible that even with this new technology, the play in Kansas City that cost the Bills will still end with the same result.
So nothing.
Good job, I guess. Way to
Yeah.
go.
So that you would then assume that most of the time when they're reviewing these kind of situations, they're going to be marked shorter than they actually are, right? If you're going by that, then that gives officials the power to say, well, nope, it started before.
I don't know. It's a good. Well, no, I would think it's the opposite. We're going to let them go and then see where the. You're right. It does create a complicated situation because we see with other things when review showed up. For example, it used to be a judgment call immediately if someone fumbled the football and we let the play go on.
Yeah.
Now we will see if it's a close fumble.
Yeah.
The refs will let the play go and go back and review it. You're right. You can't really do that with this.
Right. Like I'm thinking the second that they see that ball stop or go backwards a little bit, that's where they're going to mark it every time if this is actually going to be a rule.
So you're right. If we get quicker whistles, we're going to have less fourth down conversions, which then hurts offense.
So did they just fear technology?
I understand kind of where they're coming from.
What?
When you start to rely on technology, you, one, run the risk of the technology failing you in the most important moments, right? And that's a problem.
That's a possibility.
Two, it does take some of the, what's the word I'm looking for?
Drama?
Yes. Yeah, that's a perfect
Yeah.
word.
The review, the stoppage.
Look, I am convinced, as much as that stick situation in Kansas City hurt us, the greatest moment of every football game is a 4th and short, 3rd and short, when they run the sticks out there, because they do it
Draw
on
the lines on the television screen.
Exactly, you're trying to figure it out.
I
But-
don't know, Jim.
That's a great Tony Romo. No, I'm talking about they do it on purpose. They will bring the chains out and they will make it a yard short, and then we all together
Pull
get
it
to
in,
see them
yeah.
slowly
Yeah.
pull the chain
Yeah.
out. And how
Right.
close
Very
are
dramatic.
we? I love that moment. If there was an NFL Network channel where it only showed me those moments, I would
Yeah.
watch it on repeat.
Right.
I mean, it's not.
it's a valid point. You get a little drama there, but you think with all this technology, you could just have the game move faster.
I think when something's too perfect, it's not as attractive.
Oh.
Like, for example, the NBA. The NBA is the best it's ever been in the history of the league.
Yeah.
You have the most athletic people doing things that you cannot believe on a nightly basis. It's borderline perfection, and people have stopped watching.
So it's boring.
I mean, I think that's what it is.
Oh.
You just come to expect perfection. And when there is no drama or the potential for something to go the wrong way,
All right.
I think it does take eyes away. Like, if you take umpires away, Major League Baseball has the ability to do a completely computerized strike
Why
zone.
aren't they using that robotic ump now?
Yes, that will be
And
starting.
now he even started gaining weight and got in trouble.
Yeah, but he's got his own salsa. They have the ability to do a completely
Yeah,
computerized,
digital, yeah.
whatever, strike zone. If they do that, you don't get the drama
Yeah,
of
yeah.
that half a beat, two-hand
Yeah.
out with a big fat guy with pastrami hanging out of his mouth. You know what I mean?
All
Like
right.
that is.
I mean, it's a valid point. It's a little bit of theatrics.
So I don't know. You're right. I want the call to be right because that's what we're doing here, and gambling now plays a big part in these sports. So that is absolutely necessary.
Plus, the other thing is I hate when the game goes too freaking long. Like, especially when it gets too drawn out. That's the other thing. Like, already, like, these games, they start, like the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes long. Who needs it?
Well, what does long have to do with this?
Because, like, it's like I think it would speed the game up. Like, so you're not.
Yeah, but that anticipation building, though, is part of what makes the game exciting.
Well, it was past point, yeah.
Yeah.
And not only that, I mean, the NFL wants the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA, NHL. They got to sell advertising.
I know.
The longer the game
But
goes.
Jesus, the whole goddamn field's an ad now.
Do you hear yourself?
It is.
Do you hear yourself?
Like when I saw the WNBA, what they do with that floor now.
Yeah, well, they
Doesn't
got
even look. I can't find a ball.
They go, shut up.
Where'd the ball go?
Yeah, but they got to make money. They're not selling as many tickets.
I get it. Well, girls, get out there.
252 WCMF. The NFL announces yesterday they will be using virtual Hawkeye tech to measure first downs. This is after all the hubbub about what happened to the Bills in the AFC Championship game. It will be an overhead camera, some sort of technology used to spot it. I'm sure we'll find out more as we move forward. The NFL says they used it in the preseason last year, and it actually goes much quicker, to your point, than moving the chains out. But it may not have helped what happened with Josh Allen in the AFC Championship game. So if that's what caused you to change this technology, what's the point?
All right.
Let's talk to Scott. He's got it all figured out.
Scotty boy.
Yeah, he's on CMF. Hey, Scotty, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, boys. Listen, the real football has it figured out already. There's a chip in the ball. The second that it reaches the goal line or over the goal line, the referees watch buzzes, boom, it's a goal.
You're referring to soccer.
Of course, the real football. So,
he's one of these guys.
What part of England are you from?
North Greece.
Okay. Oh, you're okay. That makes sense. Italian parents. I get it. Yeah, you're watching. Okay, understood.
Yeah, Jewish parents, but that's okay.
Okay, I don't know, man. I don't know why someone from Greece would grow up a diehard soccer fan, besmirching the good name of American football, Scotty.
I don't know. My son played professional soccer, so I guess I got to be one of those.
Okay, all right, Scott. Jeez, well, now he's dropping stuff on us.
No,
Let me
I
tell
mean,
you something.
but Duffy, seriously, the soccer has it figured out. So chip in the ball, the referees watch buzzes. There's no if, ands, or there's no question. You don't need eye in the sky, freaking, the guy eye in the sky, and it also takes out the forward progress. The second it reaches where it's got to go, it's a first down.
No, Scott, I agree with you. I thought that's what we were going to see. I thought when the
it
NFL
seems like
made
that would
announcement,
make more sense than what they're doing with this. Like, if they're gonna make a rule change and use technology to do it, that's the way you go.
I guess my only question would be, okay, I'm not familiar with soccer, Scott, because I am a red-blooded American. However, is it like hockey where the whole ball has to cross the line for it to be a goal?
Correct.
Okay, so how, like the shape of a football, do you just put the chip in the...
if you have a long
on both
censored-
ends.
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
You put it in the nose. You put it in the nose on both
What
ends.
if he goes like this with the
The
football?
nose reaches.
Sideways.
Yeah, like with Josh when he reaches over.
Yeah, I mean, if you go side... that's what I'm wondering, if
Yeah,
that's
how
their
does that work?
concern.
Now we're grasping at
No, but...
No, I'm asking
Why
actual
couldn't you
legit
just have-
questions,
Why couldn't
man.
you just have chips all over the ball?
Oh, so because then the ball would cost $9,000.
Well, I mean, but
Bag of chips.
No,
Yeah,
Scotty,
but different parts of the soccer ball cross the line at different parts. It still works.
that's what I'm asking. How do they do that?
Well, it's a chip in.
Hey, you don't know, do you, soccer boy?
he's like, I don't know how it works.
I don't know.
I don't know the technology. I just know that it works.
Hey, Scotty, where'd your son play professional soccer?
Here in Rochester,
Oh,
actually.
he was a Rhino?
No, he was on Flower City Union that won
Okay.
their championship 2 years
The
ago.
new Rhinos.
That no
That's-
longer exists.
Gotcha. All right, well,
All right.
got more time on his hands. He should go research the chip stuff, Scotty.
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
All right, Scott, thanks for the call. No, you get what I'm saying. I think it's a valid
Yes.
question.
Yeah.
Because, again, you can't afford for that technology to fail you in
Yeah.
the most important moment.
Yeah.
So maybe
But
that's
maybe
what.
is it one of those things like baseball has where you only use that technology if you can't make a decision?
Possibly.
You know what I mean? Like still let the refs do their job, but if they're coming to a conclusion of like let's let the chips have a say.
Yeah, possibly. But, again, what if in that one time the ball's sideways?
Right.
Yeah.
Right? I know that the NHL has chips in the pucks. They don't use that to determine goals.
So
Well, they
why do
have
they
it.
have them?
I don't. It's to measure like speed of puck and where
Oh.
players are and stuff
Oh,
like
okay.
that,
Really?
like on the ice.
I
Yeah,
didn't know that.
yeah. Like Tage Thompson had like 100.
So it's like how golf does it with their speed and
yes,
height?
exactly.
All right.
But I've always wondered, like pucks cost $1. What does a hockey puck that the NHL uses now cost? Because those things go into the stands all the time.
Oh.
Like, it's just the guy who runs the budget for the Sabres, like every time a puck goes in, they're like, oh no! All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
How'd you like to go to a concert, buddy?
Oh, yeah, it's coming.
Well, we were just talking about everything's coming. We're talking about rock legends, Ozzy Osbourne, Keith Richards, and then, a lot of their contemporaries have gone to the other side. And you will never be able to see them perform live ever again.
They're in rock heaven.
However,
Or hell.
probably hell. There is a way to get the experience of these past legends right in front of your face live again. And I'm not talking holograms.
All right.
This has existed for a long time.
Wait, so the actual...
The genetics of this rock and
Okay.
roll legend.
All right.
Because this is not a new phenomenon, but it seems,
What
that
the-
it's happening a hell of a lot more now.
Cloning?
No, well, in the most natural way, I guess.
Okay.
I'll explain. And we'll do it next year in the break room. On CMF! You know, it used to be
What's that?
when a musician that you love passed away, that was the end.
Well, yeah. What else can you do?
You had concert footage, you had albums, but you were never going to get to experience their energy live again. But there is it's not new, but it's becoming a more popular way to relive the experience of that artist.
How can you? They're gone, Pat.
No, they are gone, but they have left things behind. And one man's tour announced over the weekend is a reminder that there is a hell of a market if they want to go down this road.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We will jump right into it. Earlier this week, Jason Bonham, son of Led Zeppelin legend John Bonham.
Yeah, he's been on the road for years.
Yes, Jason has. John Bonham not. He's been dead.
Right.
He announced that he and his Led Zeppelin experience will be, once again, touring in 2025 this summer. And if he's been here before, I've heard really good things about the show, people that have been. If you want to go, the closest this tour is coming in 2025 is the Landmark Theater in Syracuse, New York.
Not that far.
Now, here's the thing. He is a hell of a drummer.
Yeah.
Like, very talented.
Just like his daddy.
And he has played with Page and Plant in Zeppelin reunion shows, sitting in for his dad. So it's not like he doesn't have the credentials and all that stuff. But I think you can also make a pretty solid argument that the only reason he has a career as a headlining touring musician behind a drum set
So why do you think that might be?
would be his dad's name.
Yeah.
Is that a fair statement?
And there's been a few sons of famous people that have toured.
So let's go down the – I'm sorry, Kim. I didn't mean to
No, I was going to say yes, and are currently touring.
Yeah.
Yes, you got it. So a short list of the most successful children of rock stars that are making it as rock stars. Wolfgang Van Halen, Eddie's kid. He played bass in Van Halen starting when he was like 14.
Yeah.
And he has his own touring band now, which is doing well. You got Sean and Julian Lennon separately, son of John Lennon, obviously. Both had minor pop hits in the 80s. Deacon Fry, son of Glenn Fry. He stepped in for his dad in the Eagles lineup after Glenn passed away. He's now doing the solo thing. Did you know that sons of Metallica drummer Lars Ulrich, Miles and Lane, are in a band together called Taipei Houston?
Taipei Houston?
Which sounds like a hipster Asian restaurant in Texas.
So are they doing just covers of Metallica?
No, they're doing their own original music.
Oh,
So.
But I was thinking like Dweezil Zappa.
Oh, yeah. Well, Kimmy has no idea who that is.
I don't know who Dweezil Zappa.
Do
Do you know who Frank?
Well, yes.
Sorry.
I mean, I
You know Frank?
I can put two and two together.
Who's Frank Zappa?
Music, like a weird musician.
Wow, okay, we'll take it.
good.
We'll take it. She's on
How else to
board.
describe it.
And I think you can argue the most successful child of a musician to do it himself would be Jacob Dylan,
Okay.
son of Bob Dylan, lead singer of the Wallflowers. They had a couple hits. I think you could also make an argument for Wilson Phillips,
All right.
right?
The one that comes to my mind, and I'm going way back to my parents' generation. So when the father was still alive when the son was also touring.
Every time. Every single time.
But my father goes, yeah, we went to visit my mother's side of the family. He goes, went to Auburn.
Oh, yeah.
Saw Sinatra at the club.
Wait, he was in Auburn?
Yes. So I go, get out of here. He goes,
Sinatra?
He goes, yeah, we saw at the Auburn Country Club, we saw Sinatra.
At the Auburn Country Club?
Yes.
Did he know somebody?
He got in, man. He got in to see Frank Sinatra Jr. But that kid made a long living until he died doing an exact impression of his father.
Well, yeah, you know why? It's not hard to do an impression of
Why is
Frank
that?
Sinatra. Because he just talks.
Well, do Frank Sinatra.
He doesn't sing. He just talks over music. I'm taking your money. I'm just talking over a bunch of instruments.
All right, I want to push your talent a little bit.
All right, go ahead.
Do Frank Jr.
Still doing the same. It's the same thing. It's just me talking, baby. Check it out. No, I mean, you're right. Like, this has existed for a very long time, but for some reason in the last couple of years, and maybe it's social media making people more familiar with these people. Maybe it's the idea that.
But you're not getting. I don't know if you get disappointed seeing it, because you're not like, especially if the guy's gone.
Okay.
And you're seeing this kid, because it's not going to be the same show. You know what I mean?
But do you just want to be close to that once great artist? You know what I mean? Like, maybe it's just the fact that you're seeing something close to what was.
All right. Like, didn't Bob Marley's kids try to do this?
Every
too?
one of Bob Marley's kids. I
Except
don't.
for the one that played for the Hurricanes.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was also a musician. Yeah, there have been like 5 Marleys that have had like hits. It's also not hard to get a hit in the reggae world.
Yeah, true.
It's like Sinatra.
How's it go?
Hey, baby, smoking the ganja.
We're jamming, baby. We're jamming.
All right. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because I know there are people that are listening that have gone to these shows of children of rock stars, or may even be fans of the bands that they're in now. Are you going because you're close to the genetics of a legend? Are you going because you can no longer see their mother or father? Or are you going because you legitimately enjoy the talent that this artist has? Because I think you can make an argument. Now, it's a blessing, obviously, that you have this built-in audience if you play similar music to what your father or mother did, right? But it can also be a curse. If you are a good musician and that would have made it on their own.
You can't break away.
Exactly.
Especially if it's that big of a name.
And just using Jacob Dylan, the Wallflowers, I'm sorry, Kimmy. Yeah. The Wallflowers would have had those hits whether he was Bob Dylan's son or not. But they always referred to him as Bob Dylan's son.
Because that guy is so iconic.
Agreed.
You know?
But I do feel bad for Jacob Dylan.
I do.
I think though, if you're paying money to go see one of the kids of these artists and they're doing their own thing, like it's completely separate or different from what their parents did, like they're really trying to separate themselves, I think you would only go to that if you enjoy their current music. Like I don't think you would go to that because you want to see somebody famous's kid performing. Like I would think you want to be close to it. It's not about the music if you're going to see somebody's kid in like a tribute band for their parent.
Who is that kid, though? What child of a rock star went in a different direction of their parents' music? I can't think of one.
You just named, Bob Dylan's kid. It wasn't anything like his dad's music.
They played reggae.
What?
Oh, Bob Dylan. I'm sorry. I was thinking Bob Marley. No, I mean, no.
What did I miss?
No, but here's the thing. I don't think that the Wallflowers it was contemporary rock, which you can make an argument Dylan was at that point.
But I'm saying he wasn't playing.
Poets.
Yeah, he wasn't playing his
One
dad's.
Headlight?
He wasn't. I'm talking about the people that go out
and
they're
do
basically
their parents'
like replicating their parents' music or playing in the band that their parents were in.
You're right, but I would argue that everyone we just named, right? Wolfgang Van Halen, Sean and Julian Lennon, Deacon Fry, Miles. I haven't actually heard Taipei Houston, so I don't know that one. But they all play music similar to what their parents played.
Yeah.
So you are kind of tapping into that audience.
Yeah, I don't know.
They tried to hear it for the Jazz Festival a long time ago when it first came out. There was a group of kids that their fathers were jazz legends, and they came out as Bloodline.
Ooh, I like that name.
Yeah, but they were like three boys that their fathers were famous. But you could do jazz like that. Like you could basically see them perform that music. No, it's all instrumental.
Yeah.
It's easy to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you're not wrong about that.
That you could pull off.
Because, like, here's the thing, man.
They almost look like young versions, like you're saying, like that guy back in the 50s.
Okay, but that you bring up an interesting point because you and I have this argument all the time, which is weird that you have this take as the old guy.
What's that?
Again, 252 WCMF. We're talking about Jason Bonham's Led Zeppelin experience. They're touring again this summer. They've come to Rochester before. They're a great show.
Yeah.
He's coming to Syracuse. That's the closest he'll be. But there has now been this massive upswing of children of rock and roll music legends that are now doing their own music thing, and people that will go only because they were fans of them as parents. I have argued that going to see a legend musician, even in their old age, your Billy Joels, your Ringo Starrs, your Paul McCartneys, is worth the price of admission because it makes you feel young hearing the songs. Even if they can't do it the way they used to, you're in the room with this legend, and you think it's depressing.
Well, because you're watching at the end of their career, they can't pull those songs up like they could in their prime when that music was a hit.
Sure.
So they just don't have the chops.
Okay. I'll ask you this. If you feel old going to watch your icon that is also aged, do you feel younger watching their kid because you're getting a younger version of that person? Or do you feel older because you're watching the next generation of them perform?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
I think if I have to look at an old person and I'm old, that's going to bother me more.
So you would rather go see the kid?
Yeah.
That's going to make you feel. That's weird.
Well, you're not old yet, man. When you look at an old face through your old face, it's disturbing. Because that's when you realize, oh, that's what I actually look like.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Counterpoint, though.
I'm on a different journey.
I am at the point in my life where I've had experiences where I haven't seen people's kids in like 5 years, and all of a sudden they're adults.
Yeah.
Like they were like babies and they're adults.
Yeah.
That makes me feel older than crap. Yeah. And that's what you'd be seeing. Like, oh, remember when Wolfgang Van Halen was out with Valerie Bertinelli and his dad, and they got picture taken, and now he's 30?
Yeah.
And you're watching, you're paying money to go see him play.
Right. But anytime I see these old cats, because, I like jazz, and some of these guys are still around, and when they come out, man, it looks sad as crap. Like, sometimes the worst ones are when you get there, and then all of a sudden, like, they try to, like, confusion a little bit to bring them on stage because it's going to take them so long?
They're running diversions?
Yes.
Too fast.
You know, they got to sit them down.
Da-da-da,
Yes.
da-da-da.
Like when I saw Aretha, man.
Well, yeah, but you saw her when she was, what, 70?
Yeah, and, you know, she's big.
Yeah, she's always been big, man.
Oh, she's big.
Okay, 252 WCMF. We're talking about the children of rock stars and paying money to see them and the reason that you do. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tam, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Good, man. What's going on?
Hey, I was telling Kim that I just saw Jason Bonham was just here in December.
Yes.
Saw him at the Kodak Center, and it was fantastic.
Okay, no, I know the show is good. I'm not trying to besmirch John Bonham. He is a legitimately on his own amazing musician. Tom, I will ask you, though, did you go to see him as a person, or did you go because you wanted to hear Zeppelin?
Well, because I wanted to hear Zeppelin, and I know that's what he was doing. You know, that's his thing. Okay. But it was cool because they do it very well. The guitar player, he kind of pulls off a Jimmy Page thing, even does some of his moves and stuff, you know, the whole thing. And they don't present it as anything else but this is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, I get you.
Hey, does he talk to the audience?
What's that?
Does Jason talk to the audience? Like about his old man?
Yeah, talk some stories and stuff. Now, the coolest thing was
That'd be cool.
Zeppelin was supposed to be coming here in '81 to Buffalo. We were going. The show was in November. He died a month before. I was supposed to go see actual Zeppelin.
Man, you were out $8.
I do hate that, but go on, John. I'm sorry.
Exactly. But the cool thing was they came out and they started off with In the Evening from the album, from the In Through the Outdoor album.
That is pretty cool.
And then he came out and he told the story, blah, blah, blah. That was good. That was the opening song for that tour. It kind of gave you a little chill. It was like, oh, my God.
All right, so you're saying anybody that's thinking about going and doing something like this, you encourage them to go?
Oh, I would definitely go see that with that show anyway. That was fantastic.
All right.
Like I said, they're not presenting it as anything but this is going to be, you know, Led Zeppelin evening, and they do it very well.
All right. Well, Tom, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Take it easy, guys.
There goes Zeppelin loving Tom. $8. It does. It makes me so mad when I see those old ticket prices, man. I get so mad. Go see the Who in Cincinnati for well, maybe not there, but any other place for $6. I'm sorry. Only the deepest of. Okay. Anyway, you know, I can't keep getting. As we talk about, like, you know, the most successful of the child artists, like, you know, Jason Bonham is making a living touring.
Sure.
But he's never going to have his own album where people are going to run out and buy it.
Yeah.
Same with Sean and Julian Lennon, Deacon Fry, you know. Wilson Phillips, and because Wilson Phillips was Brian Wilson's daughters.
Yeah.
And who else?
It's a lot of confusion in that band.
Could you look up who the parents of Wilson Phillips was? Thank you. It wasn't Mama Cass's.
No, it was the other chick.
Okay. Anyway.
The skinny one.
Those.
Which was the skinny one?
No, hey, nothing we could do. you got the jumpsuit.
Daughter of John and Michelle Phillips of the Mamas and Papas.
So she was the one in the miniskirt.
Gotcha. And then Brian Wilson's daughters were the other ones. Okay, gotcha. So, like, again, they were actual, like, pop stars, right? Right. So I wonder if someone like Jason Bonham wishes he has the ability to go and do his own thing without facing blowback from, you know, folks that would hate him for getting away from his father's music. Same with someone like Deacon Fry. Like, that has to be really hard. Like, Wolfgang Van Halen playing with his dad, that's a dream scenario.
Yeah.
Right, for a kid. Like, this is amazing. You watched it happen. I'm sharing this with my father. You had all those years. Now you're carrying on the legacy. I don't know if Glenn Fry, the guitarist for the Eagles' son, played with the Eagles before Glenn passed away. So, like, now you actually have to be your dad.
Yeah.
You're in the band with them.
Yeah.
Go be dad.
It's basically you're just doing an impression of your old man.
Yeah. With his buddies.
Yeah.
Are these bands like the only bands that will be able to pull this off, where people care so much about those bands that they're willing to see the next generation?
Well, they got to be
play that
iconic
music?
to make it work.
Because I can't think of like anybody I listened to growing up where I would care so much about that band that I would want to hear their kids playing that.
Us
music.
growing up?
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that kind of
David Grohl's kid, Foo Fighters.
So you would go see Foo. Okay, that might be.
And maybe, I mean, look, if so Tony. Now we're getting deep in the weeds here. If we're talking '90s kids,
Yeah.
Kimmy and I were just talking about this off the air the other day. You're aware that Tony Hawk's son
Wait, the
and
Tony
skateboarder?
Hawk's
yes,
son
and Kurt Cobain's daughter are married.
Okay. I think you told me this before.
So they just had a baby,
Yeah.
which means this baby's grandparents are Tony Hawk, Courtney Love, and Kurt Cobain.
Okay.
The quintessential 90s kings and queens.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. If you told me
Yeah.
in 20 years
Yeah.
that grandbaby was starting a band,
Like play Nirvana covers. Or
I'm going.
something?
I'm going. You
okay,
can't.
All right. But
Tony Hawk,
All right.
Courtney Love, and Kurt Cobain. I'm going to that show.
All right. Fair enough.
Does he come out on a skateboard? Because that'd be pretty
Well, you would
fun.
have to. Yeah, you're
Right?
going to be playing this.
Even if you can't even do it, you just roll out.
You're
Just
playing
roll
it-
him out on it.
And I will say now, I'll make this prediction because Taylor Swift doesn't have any kids yet. We don't know. Beyonce has her daughter.
Right.
Her daughter made an appearance in that halftime show with the Netflix.
Yeah, because she
kid.
was standing next to her, right? at one
Blue
point?
Ivy. Yeah. That kid, if she wants to do it, will have that kind of following.
I will say there's certain. I would say though, like there are certain performers that you can't replicate as even if they had kids.
Example?
Michael Jackson. I mean, to really do it right. And I know there's like shows,
Yeah.
but to really pull off Michael Jackson, Prince would be another one. Was so iconic to really reenact
Yeah.
a Prince show. What the energy those guys put into those shows was phenomenal.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And then you got like Sinatra.
Again, the energy he put into those shows. What was that famous one he did in Vegas where it was like he just blew the doors off the place?
I'm in Vegas now. Look at me. He was actually playing craps while he was doing this. Hey, can I get a drink over here? Yeah, look at me now doing the singing for you.
But his son Frank Jr. I don't know if he could have pulled it
Oh,
off.
no, he did that tribute show
Oh, he
in
did? How'd it
Vegas.
go?
Another drink now, the one my dad ordered 30 years ago. Same one, please. Stay. Look at me. Give me your money, stupid. Let's take a break. Okay, Kim, I'm going to ask you now because I might want this call. Is this a man that is talking about how expensive concerts used to be, or is this something else? Okay, we'll take this because we were
mocking at what a concert cost in the early 80s.
Yes, Tom had a ticket to see Zeppelin in Buffalo a month before everything happened there, right? And you made a joke, $8.
$8.
Mike's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, guys. I'm having a fantastic day so far.
Nobody asked you.
I didn't say how you doing. I literally asked him. Okay, Mike, go on, buddy.
Back in the day, in my day, I'm quite old, but back in the 60s, I used to go to the War Memorial, and we'd see 5 bands: a headliner, an almost headliner, one-hit wonder, and 2 local bands.
I know you're laughing, but that's actually like kind of. I mean, he's describing it exactly.
I don't know how else you'd
It's a co-headlining show, up and cover, or a one-hit wonder, and then
Because
like
all their songs were like 2 minutes.
Duke Jupiter. But go on, Mike. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Take a guess at how much?
$6.
Less.
No.
$1.70.
$1.75?
Yes.
What year?
Oh, late 60s, mid 60s.
Okay, it's a long time ago, but I still hate you. I still hate you for
It was
getting
a long time ago.
That's-
I mean, it was groups like Sam Sham and the Pharaohs.
You could see the sweaters, the crew cuts,
Yeah, some of them.
the proper girls.
the over
There
there.
was a couple of local bands that
That
finally
band,
made
well,
it.
we'll let them in because they're performing right now.
Mike, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest.
Here's a group of boys you shouldn't bring home.
Oh, for God's sakes, man. For God's sakes.
the dice.
Let's take a break. Things got really dicey for people who belong to one specific bank credit union on Monday because these people, having no idea when they woke up, had their days changed
Ooh, that's bad.
in a massive way.
Oh, wow.
And, Kimmy, the worst part about this, it's not having the ability to do your job.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, oh, my God, I'm worried. It's by far the embarrassment.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. Doesn't get more embarrassing than having your credit card decline.
Oh, yeah.
And it's something a bunch of people here in Rochester experienced all at once earlier this week.
What happened? They all come up a little short?
No, all these people had money.
That's what everybody says. Hey, try the other
Right.
card.
And that's what's funny,
you
man.
I
can't
don't know what
prove
it must be the strip.
They
Yeah,
were-
the strip's all screwed up.
Bro, and that's the worst part of this whole effing story.
Mm-hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. On Monday morning, people who have ESL Visa debit cards got a very unwelcome surprise.
What happened?
Their cards, every time they tried to use them, were getting declined.
Ooh, came up chintz.
Story on 10 NBC says there was an issue with the credit union where people who had these cards, like they literally couldn't pay for anything.
Yeah.
And when they tried to use them, it came up as insufficient funds, like your bank account was empty.
Yo ass broke.
So one woman tells a story about her husband who works as a contractor. He was remodeling an office building. He went to Lowe's Monday morning to buy a $10 item, and they kept declining his card. And he was telling the folks at Lowe's, he was literally telling them how much money he had in his bank account.
Yeah.
He was like, I have thousands of dollars in there.
Yeah.
And there was nothing they could do. He had to wait on the project until all of this got remedied.
Ooh, that costs.
So the good news,
What's the good news?
by noon on Monday, ESL had it all fixed. And they talked to several folks who have been with the bank for decades. They say this is the first time this has ever happened.
A glitch,
So, yeah,
yeah.
one mistake like this every 20 years, not the worst thing in the world for a couple hours. But in that moment, it creates a couple of very bad scenarios that if you are the person in possession of this card, will cause you to spiral in several
yeah.
different directions. Because first off, the biggest one, and I don't even think this is an argument,
What's that?
the embarrassment of the moment.
Oh, yeah, the shame.
But that's weird. That's the biggest issue. Because, like, unless you're on a first date, it should not matter that other people see you getting your card.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
you
other
look
people
like-
are waiting.
But you look
behind
tapped out,
potentially.
man.
Okay.
And the cashier's like, you want to,
Mm-hmm.
try another card. Like, you got to go through all the steps of
Yes.
like trying to make it work because you never do it just once and
No.
get declined. You do it like 2 or 3 more times.
It is funny how you'll do it harder.
Yes.
Like, that will help it have
Yeah.
money
Or
in it.
like you'll blow
Tap
on
harder.
it, wipe it off.
But like, here's the thing. Look, I get it. You're right. The,
Okay.
the embarrassment is terrible. But you don't know the person behind the counter.
No.
The folks standing in line behind you, what are the odds you're ever going to see them again?
But what's going through your head, what they're thinking,
Okay.
what they're saying in their head, because it's the same thing you would be saying if you were watching
Right.
a person go through
But
that.
again, it's not like you're following that person home to watch how they
True.
live. Like,
True.
yes.
This is a place that you go often too. It could
Okay.
be your favorite, coffee shop. Could be you just stopping at your local 7-Eleven.
But if
Anything
there's a
like that.
gallery behind
Yeah.
you, it's like the PGA, like you're watching you tee up. And now his credits declined for the second time today.
All right, the second biggest issue.
What?
You assume when your card gets declined, the worst case scenario right away.
Yeah.
Because in this story, it was a bank mistake. But there is no way that the folks who had their card declined thought that was a possibility
Yeah.
at first. Your mind would go to, first, I've been ripped off.
Yeah.
Someone got my bank account, they emptied it. For wives, your mind would go to, what stupid thing did my husband buy or sign us up for that cost us all the money we had?
Yeah.
And for the folks that are walking that financial tightrope, which a lot of people are,
Sure.
oh my God, I'm already out of money,
Yeah.
and I have only X amount of days until I get paid again, right? Not until you got a hold of your bank to find out what the actual issue was could you breathe confident that you are not financially ruined. And if everybody on Monday is calling ESL to try and figure out what's going on,
You ain't getting through.
exactly,
Right.
you weren't going to know
The panic.
what your situation was. I am curious
Yeah.
to the people that like went into their apps, if this happened to you, 252 WCMF, did it show your account was at zero, or was it just the card getting declined for insufficient
Oh.
funds? Because if I go into my bank account and it says zero, I'm
yeah.
flipping
Your day's
out.
over.
Yeah, you got cleaned up. Can you imagine if you were on vacation and this
Oh,
happens?
God.
You're out of town,
Yeah. that's
and,
a good point.
what do you do?
So have you had this happen? I don't think it happens much anymore. But a couple years ago, when I would go to Canada and try and pay with a card, it would always get declined because
They
they
would
were
automatically
they think it was
flag
fraud. Yeah.
Oh.
And there were a couple of times where I had to call my bank in Canada and be like, no, I'm here right now.
Oh, so they think somebody ripped their card off and is
Yeah.
pulling a move.
Yeah, like the further north I would get, the more likely it was to
Oh.
happen.
They went south.
252 to southern Canada,
Yeah, no, Mexico.
also another country.
Oh, yeah. Not for long.
So, but the biggest problem we'll get to in a second. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jim. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
What's going on?
Yo.
I was on the way to work Monday. I always stop at the gas station and get a couple things for breakfast, a couple snacks, and it declined.
So
And
you
it
had
said unauthorized user.
you were one of the ESL Visa debit card holders.
Yep.
Okay. So when it said unauthorized user, what was the first thought that popped in your head?
I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Okay, well, what was your fear? Did you think your account was empty? Did you think it was a mistake? What was the deal?
I just thought I got hacked a couple months ago and had to get a new card, and I thought it happened again.
Okay, so you assumed somebody stole all your
that would
money.
be my fear.
So I pulled out my phone. I have an ESL app on my phone, and I went to the chat part where you can chat with somebody on message.
Okay.
And a message popped up on my phone as soon as I put in what happened, and it said, we are experiencing technical problems with our Visa debit cards right now. So it told you that right on the app.
All right, well, that's good. So did you have cash on you? Did you go card roulette?
Who's got cash?
I always carry at least $50, $60 on
That's
me.
me, man. I always got cash. I go downtown. I get a little cash. I go over here. Put a little bottle of liquor. Go over there. I get a crap game a little later. See?
Yeah, I always got $50, $60 on
I always
me.
got 60 large on me. See, that's how I roll.
Jim, what'd you get for breakfast?
Honey bun and a pack of mini donuts.
That is a breakfast of
See,
champions.
I'm also a diabetic. See, I always keep a couple of dollars in my diabetic food just for laughs and kicks.
I
See,
eat the same thing every morning. I don't know why, but I buy the same thing every morning.
I'm also kind of in a breakfast rut.
I mean, that breakfast will cost you $6 and a toe. Jim.
Yes.
Come on, Jimmy. You're better than that.
Jimmy Sugarfoot.
$4. $4.
Jimmy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest
Have
of
a
the
good
day.
day.
There goes Toteless Jim. But the biggest problem.
What's the biggest problem?
Past the embarrassment of everyone seeing you, past assuming that you have no money in your bank account. You've got no money until this gets taken care of.
You're in a pit.
Exactly. Like, unless you're someone like Jim where you're carrying cash on you, and he sounds like an older cat, so maybe that's by, force of habit.
Yeah.
You can't get food, you can't get gas, you can't
you're
get coffee.
stuck.
And, like, these were debit cards for these folks, so it's not even like they could go to an ATM.
You can't get any cash out.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Like, so unless you have a second bank account, like some oil baron, you had no way of remedying the situation.
Or like, imagine if you're Jim and you're just getting like $4 worth of stuff. Like, would you have the balls to turn around and ask people if they could spare you a couple bucks?
No, you're not going to pay.
I'm not asking for money, man.
All right, let me ask you guys a question.
Yeah.
How am I paying them back?
So this has happened a couple of times to me.
Whatever.
Well, I am a firm believer in a lot of people helped me out when I was in rough shape.
Yeah.
So try and pay it forward.
All right.
All right, so you're standing behind Jim, and he's buying $4 worth of honey buns and sugar donuts.
Yeah.
It does sound delicious.
All right.
Car gets declined.
Yeah.
There's a line behind you. Do you step up and put his on your tab?
If he asks me?
No, he's not going to ask you because he's got too much pride.
Right.
Do you volunteer to step up?
No.
No? $4?
First of all, it's not like it's a buy that he needs.
No, but that's
like
just it.
if it's baby
Wow.
formula and chemo medicine, yeah.
You
but
lied.
if it's sugar donuts,
You would not do it for baby formula either.
probably not.
Okay, bro, like it's $4.
That baby can wait.
It's $4. Like that would change that guy's day. You
Not
wouldn't
really.
drop the $4.
No.
Kimmy?
I wouldn't get involved.
Okay.
Well,
Kim-
how would that be? Because that's also kind of demeaning to the guy.
It's easy to do. I've done it a couple of times.
Hey, Jimmy, yeah, well, what can I do for you?
We both talk like that for some reason. No, there's been a couple of times where somebody's had their card declined for something small, and I've been there. I have been there. With our jobs, a lot of people have helped us out.
Yeah.
I just go, hey, put it on mine. I pay for it quick, and then I leave.
But that kind of is condescending.
I understand. It's not the greatest feeling in the world, but it's better than I'm going to stand here and try and figure this out. And I'm not going to stand there and like shame them or say like you're welcome. It's hey, have a good day, and I'm out. It's the right thing to do.
It's the right thing to do. And as long as you don't bring it up, and brag about it into a microphone.
I asked you a question, and I
No,
let you answer
I'm
first.
not talking about you. Say, I'm talking a little faster.
Kimmy, if you're behind the guy we just talked to, $4 decline,
Yeah.
do you step up and put it on your card, help the guy out, get the hell out of there? He doesn't ask. It's your call.
See, my fear would be I would want to do that just to like keep things moving. It's more of a selfish reason, but my fear would also be like, am I going to insult this person?
That's my thing.
Understood.
I don't want to
Because
hurt people's feelings.
I've done this for a teenage
You were just
kid
doing
before.
old-timey voice. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I did this for a teenage kid once who was like counting out change and he's coming up short. So I was just like, I'll get that, but I wasn't worried about offending a teenage kid.
So you're
you know?
saying if you look someone up and down and it looks like they need it, you're more likely to do it?
Well, it was more like, I mean, like, this kid isn't going to have enough, clearly, so.
Like, let's say you saw an elderly woman.
Well, you've had a whole life to make money.
No, but
You ruined our generation's chance at owning a home. You're on your own with your honey buns, sweetheart.
So you're not going to help an old woman out. She's shaky.
Yeah.
She gets the change purse empty.
Empty change purse.
Empty change purse.
Well, if you were paying with change, you knew you didn't have it. Why'd you show up in the first place? Now this sounds like a scam.
So you're not hurting?
Of course, I'm paying for the old lady,
I'll
too.
just push her aside.
I love how you...
Out of my way, old bag.
You immediately go food stamps argument. They're buying lobster with her. You don't need honey buns
Oh,
and
they're
sugar
loading up.
donuts. We got Instagram messages coming in talking about this ESL Visa debit card issue on Monday. Up until noon, when people woke up, their card was getting declined, and they had no idea why. And we're talking about the panic. Paul writes us, this happened to me on my first date with my current girlfriend, and it was so embarrassing having to tell her, yes, I do have money. I swear I'm not broke. Turned out my card got hacked at a gas station. They didn't get anything, but it locked my card. I've since switched banks. Spoofing.
First date?
Yeah, first date.
And he's still with her.
He said my current girlfriend.
Damn. Because that's the worst.
Yeah.
Like when you're trying to like be a shiny new dime and you crash.
All right, we've talked to a lot of dicks on this show before.
Yeah.
But I think we're about to talk to
King
the dickiest of dicks that ever did.
King Dick.
Yes, right here. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Majesty, King Dick John. Hey, John, how are you, buddy?
Good, how you doing?
Good, John, what do you got?
I work at a garage part-time, and I tell people their cards declined all the time just to watch their reaction.
You're a monster. You're a monster of a human being.
Maybe that's
But
why
it's
you're
pretty
part-time.
How long do you let it go before you tell them it wasn't declined?
Just a couple seconds.
Okay. I've never met you, but I think I hate you more than
How John
anyone I've
gets
ever met in my
his
life.
That's like wings off a fly cooler.
Seriously, John? John, has this happened to you in the past?
No.
You've never had your card decline once in your life?
No.
Okay, that makes you even more of a psychopath, John.
But with John's voice, I'd believe him. Oh, why? What's wrong
Get
with my
over it.
card?
Get over it. Get over it. I'm ruining your day. This is what happens. Don't be a bitch.
Duffy, stop in. I'll decline your card, too.
Okay, Jen, yeah, you really make me want to go to the garage you work at, John. What are you going to do, smack me across the face when I get there, too?
I'm also not going to trust you when you tell me my car's fixed now when you pull that move.
Yeah, yes.
It always sounds like you didn't fix something or you're just pushing me along here.
Yeah.
It's so
Doesn't matter because the card will get declined.
All right, John, great call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Oh, my God.
He's that guy who, like, takes the work pranks too
Cards,
far.
Yes.
Cards decline.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
Just kidding. It works. Go
Everyone-
on through.
Everyone's having a good time. Kimmy John shows up. Whoa, John. Whoa. All right, let's take a break. So we told you earlier this morning that the NFL has changed its ball spotting rules
Yeah.
thanks to Josh Allen and what happened in the AFC Championship game. Even though the way they present the rules, it could still happen the way that Josh Allen got screwed out of that call. And it's all because all NFL teams are together at the NFL Combine. And today is the official kickoff of the workouts at the NFL Combine. And you... I mean, we always say you'd be shocked, but I guess anything the NFL does, it's not shocking.
What are they doing now?
They're going to make a fortune off of this over the next couple of days.
Just a combine.
Yes, because for some reason, and I'm one of them, there are lots of people who are going to watch guys in underwear run really fast.
Oh.
And we're going to do it next here in the break room. On CMF! Like this story more than anything proves,
What's that?
whatever the NFL shows you, we will watch. And it will make $1 billion.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. We told you earlier this morning, the NFL announced yesterday that they are changing how they will measure first downs. They will no longer rely solely on the stick and chain.
Mm-hmm.
They are going to use an overhead camera technological thing, and we'll get more details as we get closer to the season. But that happened because all of the NFL teams are together at the NFL Combine.
Yeah.
They have meetings. They talk to free agents. They figure new stuff out. And the big part of the NFL Combine is watching players work out.
The new guys.
You got it. Teams, players who teams will be drafting in about 2 months.
Mm.
And that workout portion starts today.
And they're judging them, right? They're measuring.
Measuring and a judging, judging and a measuring.
Don't they like do every part of their like body?
Yeah, so they'll sit you down. You'll have like an actual physical. They'll measure every part of you. They then have you do like weightlifting specific things to see how strong you are.
Yeah.
And then they run you through drills.
Right.
And depending on your position, you do different things. Everybody, however, runs the 40-yard dash.
Okay.
And Kimmy, it seems that if you are going to watch the combine, you are watching for the 40-yard dash.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to see the speed or non-speed?
Or just funny of it. I mean, Josh Allen, one of his most famous clips is him running the 40-yard dash.
His arms down.
Yes, like Mose from The Office.
Oh.
Right? He runs with his arms straight down.
Oh, no kidding.
You don't watch any of this.
No, it's like exercise class.
It really is, yeah. Kimmy,
I can't. Can you watch any of this?
Kimmy, do you watch this?
I don't go out of my way to, but if I do happen to catch it on TV, I do kind of get sucked into it. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's not something that's on your radar, but once you start, it's kind of hard to turn it off.
All right. I will admit I'm ashamed by what I'm about to say.
What is that?
You had asked if I watch this.
All right.
I don't want to like this. I can't turn it off.
Yeah, you start getting a little interested.
It's so compelling.
But it's just, it's just a guy running a dash.
Yeah, but but here's what it is, for me at least. I could be watching like the next superstar of the NFL, and I can say that I saw them either embarrass themselves or look really good before and say, like, yeah, I knew that guy was going to be good. Saw him
right.
first.
It allows you to be an armchair general manager, which fans love to do. I mean, Josh Allen's a perfect example of that. But going further.
Yeah.
Like, how many people saw Josh Allen run and be like, that guy's not going to make it?
How about Teron Johnson, Bill's nickel corner, who is arguably the best nickel corner in the NFL, got hit in the face with a football doing a drill because he wasn't paying attention. He looked the wrong way, and they blasted him in the head. It's a hilarious video. That guy became an NFL star.
All right.
But you're right, Kimmy. That's a great reason to watch. The reason I can't ever turn it off when
What's
it comes
that?
on, what happens over the next few days
Yeah.
will be the difference for some guys between making, having a $3 million contract being drafted in the second or third round versus having to make a team as an undrafted free agent. Like, there are some guys who could potentially go on day 2, and then if they have a bad combine performance, will not get drafted. And their entire lives have gone into this moment. Everything you have done since you started working out, playing football, middle school, high school,
It all
the
comes
way
down to this.
It literally all comes down to this. It is ultimate reality TV.
Sorry, so it goes through the weekend?
I
Yes.
think it's 3 days. Is it 3
All right.
days?
I think it's 4.
4
So
days.
did
Okay.
they show you the results, like, okay, at the end, like, how everybody did and where they're going to...
So,
what
happens?
There's no draft yet, so...
What
Like
happened?
rankings for things you can measure.
Yeah, and they'll tell you, and this
Is
helps.
it like an overall number one guy from everything that they did?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
All right.
you know how the NFL is with numbers. I mean, it helps dictate where these, what they call mock drafts will start going, right? It'll change. There are some superstars that won't be working out. For example, Shadur Sanders, who is Deion Sanders' son, quarterback at Colorado.
Is he going in the draft this
He
year?
will be. He is in the draft this year. He could go as high as 2.
Okay.
He will not be working out
No, why not?
because he could only lose.
Oh,
He's got a high enough stock where he could
He
only
doesn't need
hurt
this.
himself by working out. A lot of the top players won't do it.
What's the one where they have to jump up and hit, like, different colored, like, things? To
It's
see
a
how-
vertical jump.
Yeah, but they have to hit, like, these different colors.
That's how they measure their jump.
Yeah, it's just
All right.
there to see where they
I
land.
cannot watch that.
There's some times where it's like, holy crap, it looks like they're flying. No, it doesn't do it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, the first guy, yes, but the 10th guy...
Well, what if the 10th guy's the best guy? Look, I'm ashamed that I like it, but
Yeah.
I will. It's so compelling to me.
All right. Well, you're a super fan. I got no patience.
I mean, look, there's a reason they put it on TV.
I know.
They would not pay to produce this show. They would not pay talking heads to whisper over everyone running 40s if it wasn't making them a fortune.
It's kind of the way the Olympics sucks you in, right? Like those weird track and field events. Like
I can't watch
normally
some of
you're
that
not going to
either.
stick around and watch something like that. But hey, if that guy that comes next is going to jump even higher or even further, well, I'm kind of interested now.
Track and field just looks like this is like ancient stuff.
It is Asian stuff.
That's why I don't like it.
It's the original competition.
Yeah, right. It sucked. That's why they added. That's why they kept adding things.
You don't get sucked into that during the
No,
Olympics?
I like the fastest guy. Yeah, like the relay.
Do you know
Jesus
who's going to be the
Christ.
fastest guy? That's why you keep watching.
By far the best event as we talk about the NFL Combine, the workout starting today on the NFL Network. You can watch it all live.
What's that?
Offensive linemen running the 40-yard dash.
Oh, fat guy's trying to run.
Well, no, because they're all the most athletic people you would ever meet
But
in
Still
person.
beat you in a race.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Because these guys some of them run sub-5 40-yard dashes with 350-pound bodies, which is insane.
Okay.
But watching how they run,
Mm-hmm.
because I will say this is a former fat guy,
It is cruel when they show it in slow motion.
right? Like, first of all, there's a lot of jiggling happening.
Sure.
The arms are all in the wrong place, but they do it because they were told this will make you the most efficient. And if you are any kind of coach
Mm-hmm.
that has, a couple chubby guys on your team, whether it's basketball, football, having to figure out how to get them to run the fastest, put your elbow this way, your arm this way, one leg in front of the other, and run like this.
How to be aerodynamic.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know what you would call it.
Yeah.
But, like, I've had several coaches when I was, a 300-pound high schooler who was like, if you run this way, turn your head slightly this way, you're going to be more efficient.
It's got to be like if you go to a drag race and some two guys show up in dump trucks.
It's a perfect
This is gonna
way
be
to
funny.
describe it. And there are some offensive linemen that'll run shirtless, too.
They're doing that for a game.
No, they're doing it because they think it makes them more aerodynamic and
Yeah,
lighter.
but with their boobies. Wouldn't it like be
they
slapping them?
Yeah, they're flapping and they're flopping and flopping.
All right.
But I guess, if you're talking, again, a difference of a couple $1 million.
God, it's got to be so embarrassing, though, man.
But, yeah, okay,
I
so
know.
I'm rich.
All right.
I've
I don't
fulfilled
like
my
that,
childhood dream.
And you're fat. No, I mean, every guy who doesn't want to be rich and fat.
All right, so let's take a break.
Hmm?
You've got yourself a situation, my friend.
What?
Well, look,
What are you talking about?
you are going to have the house all to yourself.
Yeah.
Someone
Come up
else's
with
house.
ideas.
It's like Home Alone,
Yeah.
but with Tommy Muley.
Already got the paint can.
But this trip that your wife is taking
Mm-hmm.
it's become a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, the timing's not great.
Well, look, there's a lot of people, I'm sure.
And it's daily.
Yeah. Well, look, all you have to do is have a couple of words of encouragement
Yeah.
to make this better.
And I did.
Did you?
But then that's all I got.
We'll get into it. And we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. Okay. So this is
What's
not your.
that?
This isn't your job, but it's your job.
Oh.
And you don't have any expertise in this.
No.
There's nothing you could say that's going to make anybody feel any better.
Yeah.
But if you don't say anything, you're going to make it 1,000 times worse.
Right.
Oh, let's see how brilliant Tommy Muley is going to handle himself here. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30. It's Thursday. You know what that is?
Yeah, I think we're going to bitch it up, buddy.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you on another Tracksuit Thursday. If you missed what Kimmy described as a disappointing tracksuit,
She says it's not a tracksuit.
it's not a tracksuit.
What'd you call it, a jogger?
You have jogger pants and a quarter zip top.
Well, it's a matching set.
If you would like to see disappointment, and I don't just mean Tommy sitting there, I mean what he's wearing, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch for our live stream, The Break Room, WCMF, on YouTube and Twitch. So, Tommy,
Yeah.
your wife has a little trip coming up.
Yeah, a big sister trip. All 4 sisters are going to take this fun trip down to Florida and take a little cruise.
Sisters and Kimmy, they're doing it for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yep.
that sounds exciting.
Yeah, so they're flying out this weekend.
Oh, all right, so they're flying.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just get on the plane, you get to where you're going,
Yeah,
get on the
right.
boat, and you're having a grand old time.
Now, my wife's not a great flyer, but she does fly.
Okay, all
I
right.
mean, she's kind of like you. She goes and does, but not crazy about it.
Okay, gotcha.
A lot of anxiety going to the airport like a lot of people.
Well, then what could be happening over the last couple of weeks?
So I'm a news junkie. I always got the 24-hour news
Sure.
on. And every single day, there's a plane issue.
Close call.
And it's
Whoa.
close calls, smoke in the cabin,
Yeah.
near misses, horrible stuff, planes flipping over. And that's been in the last 3 weeks, man. Like all of a sudden, it's been one after the other, from small to big to whatever.
Sure.
So they got them all.
Yeah.
So every time she sees it, she starts, oh my God, blah, 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 blah. And there's also something else. People like that are going on this trip, they call each other. Oh, did you see? Oh, did you see that one? I go, why are you guys doing this to each other?
Okay.
Like, in case you missed the most recent tragedy, right? So I'm like, relax.
So you said your wife turned to you looking for comfort.
Right. And I'm like, relax. I said, and I do all the standards. Safest form of transportation. These things are rare, even though now they're happening every day. It's all professionals. These airlines, they don't want this image. That's what they. I go, even these near misses. These guys are so well trained. They can pull up and all the electronics they have.
The electronicals.
The sensors and everything. I'm just making things up, and what else can I do?
Don't say out loud you're making things up.
No, I don't say that.
You
part.
just did, stupid.
Well, that yesterday. But when she has follow-up questions, I have nothing. That's it.
How did you not see your brilliant plan?
But you got to say something to calm people down.
All right, so
I can't step on the gas and go, yeah, that was terrible, man.
Okay, all right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because you're right. You're in an impossible spot
Right.
here.
But you got to bring the temperature of the room down.
Okay, but
Because she's going to go. It isn't like she's going to cancel this trip. The girls, they're going to go. They're excited to go. But they're now all like, it's like a feeding frenzy of fear of flight. Put all that on a T-shirt.
It's a really big T-shirt.
Yeah.
Ryan's wearing it. Yeah, I mean, what do you do?
There's nothing.
Well, no, I mean, you did something. It sounds like it wasn't the best idea because as soon as follow-up questions showed
I'm
up.
sunk.
But look, man, you're also not the most, how do I put this, nuanced conversationalist.
What are you talking about?
Hey, there it is right there.
You don't handle with care.
No, at all, in any kind of way. And like that, you have one plan up front, and if that plan falls apart, you just throw your hands up and go, bah!
Don't worry. I also threw in what are the odds.
Don't say that.
I know, because there'll probably be one today.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. So here's the thing. As we know, your wife is not alone. Recent studies showed that 4 in 10 Americans have some sort of flight anxiety.
Yeah,
but
sure.
that was before the events of the last 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah.
So we would assume now that number is higher because of everything we've been seeing. Is flying statistically more dangerous now than it was, say, 3 months ago? 252-WCMF. And I'm asking, I don't know. Because you're right. You can say that flying statistically is the most safe form of travel if you're not lying based on what's been going on.
Well, like I said, because I saw this one stat after that, the first tragedy we just...
The one in D.C.
Yeah. They said the last time we had a tragedy like that was when that plane crashed outside of Buffalo.
In Clarence,
Yeah. But then I also had to say it was right outside of Buffalo, pretty close to our house.
Why did you not think that through?
I forgot where it landed.
How?
I forgot.
Bad example.
But I was kind of saying, like, that's been a long time between tragedy.
Then you ended it with your old, what are the odds?
Yeah, what are the odds?
What are the odds?
Okay, but every time something happens now, it's going to be a reminder of what the worst case scenario is.
Right. But then I also try to sell her, like, you're going to go have fun. This is like a trip of a lifetime with your sisters. You do this once a year.
Sure.
I said, just go and have fun. Like I said, you would regret not going. You would be missing out.
If you make it, you will regret not going.
Yeah. If you make it.
All right, Kimmy, you are the lady in the room. You yourself are a wife. I'm sure there are times where you turn to your husband looking for comfort.
Yeah.
What are you looking for as a woman?
Just a reassurance. You're supposed to make me feel like everything's going to be okay, right?
Okay.
If I'm nervous about something that I'm going to do regardless,
Okay, can I then ask a
I'm
follow-up?
not really asking for advice.
All right, gotcha.
Yeah.
Let me then ask a follow-up question.
Yeah.
If all you're looking for is reassurance, because you gave your wife reassurance.
Yes.
You looked at your wife and said, everything's going to be okay.
But I don't run the airport.
But that's just it. Why?
No buts.
Why, after I give you reassurance as my wife, do you continue to ask me questions that you know I can't answer? Because that happens in every relationship.
Like what?
Well, like, for example, he gives these things, and then she has follow-up questions. I have reassured you to the point that I don't know is not reassurance, though.
Right. Because you'll say, well, these things constantly keep happening. Are things getting worse? Are there too many planes in the sky?
And are there too many planes in the sky?
I don't know. Well, one hit another one, Yeah, but he went for me.
No, because,
flipping over.
If you want to be reassured, you go, I'm scared, and Tommy goes, look, you got nothing to worry about. Statistically, it's the easiest thing ever, and these are just, aberrations, rare things that are happening, and there's a follow-up there. I don't have anything more to say.
Right.
What else am I going to say?
I'm not in aeronautics.
Not a big follow-up question for a person, so, I'd rather just not know.
Well, but it's impossible to not know.
No, but if I don't ask questions, then I don't know.
Okay.
So if you were taking a flight and you turn on the news and you see all these tragedies, you ain't got anything to say to your old man?
Well, what is he going to do?
No, you don't have anything to say? Because I would go, oh, that's terrible. Man, well, it's pretty bad flying over there.
Well, I think it's a different dynamic between husband and wife than it is wife and husband. Although I do use my wife to comfort me because I don't like to fly.
Oh.
But I won't ask her. I need to see visual cues from her if we fly
probably, together. There are some things that your wife being a doctor, she could tell you that would scare you health-wise, right?
Sure, yeah.
Like if something's weird or, you're just feeling funny, and I'm sure she doesn't take that opportunity to give you the real truth, does she?
Oh, to be fair, I don't know. But
she's an expert.
That's the difference, right? Like any question I have, she can legitimately answer.
That's what I mean.
Tommy's never flown an airplane.
No.
Yeah. So you're right, yes.
And I like to fly. So I have no problems getting into a plane. So I don't even have simpatico feelings that she does getting onto a plane. Because I go, man, I'm not driving. This is great. Throw my stuff down. Just take me, drink, party. Let's have fun.
So there is 252 WCMF. Tommy's wife has taken this fun once-in-a-lifetime trip with her sisters, flying down to Florida, getting on a cruise ship.
A girls' trip.
Over the last couple of weeks, with all the airline stuff happening, she's not a great flyer to begin with.
Yeah.
She is now getting worried, and the other night she looked at Tommy for reassurance, like, tell me everything's going to be okay, and he tried, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, all I got are the standard stuff.
Well, look, as we talk about, is it statistically more dangerous now than it was 3 months ago to fly, right? It feels like it is, but you also know how that goes, because to some people, Tommy, the world feels more dangerous right now than it ever has been.
Well, just in general.
But statistically, you are the least likely in any time in modern American history to be the victim of a violent crime.
Right, look at that.
Sometimes it's not about what the numbers are. It's about what we think we see. So is it possible that we're only seeing these things on social media because the temperature has been turned up? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I kind of brought that up to her.
Okay.
Saying, because there were a couple of near misses this week. One was Southwest, one with American Airlines. 2 different airports. And I said, normally they wouldn't even show you this because they're just, it's in the news cycle.
There you go. Okay, good call. Good call.
But then she says, yeah, so you're saying it does happen and they don't talk about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm
I guess your point there would be it's happening more than you think.
Yeah.
Well, no, you could reply, we hear about it every time Harrison Ford almost does
it. Yes, because I'm the schmuck that almost killed 300 people. Yeah, there's no win here.
All right. Are there people, 252 WCMF, who have been uncomfortable flyers that overcame that fear based on what somebody told them?
I don't think you get over the fear of flying.
No, I don't think there's anything somebody could tell you.
People that I know that have
scared.
have been like that their whole life.
It never goes away?
It just seems.
So the airport, the Greater Frederick Douglass Greater Rochester Airport and Lamp Emporium.
And awning supply.
Thank you. Yeah. They offer a class where you can go if you are a scared flyer, and they will. I don't know what happens in this class, but it's designed to make you not scared of flying.
Okay.
Like you go to the airport and you go hang, and they have these experts talk to you.
Okay.
You think that would work?
Doesn't the pilot do that before you take off?
Well, no, the
but maybe
pilot.
this like gives you arms you with information where you don't freak out over every little thing, or you know
But
what
the
I mean.
staff kind of does that anyway. They're
Well, not
hi,
personal,
welcome.
though.
Here's a cup of coffee.
I don't understand how a plane flies.
I don't either. I know the wings are full of fuel.
But like the pilot's not going to explain to me how a plane's going to fly before I leave.
No, but that doesn't help me either. I know the lift, it goes up. I get that
No,
part.
but I'm saying I know how my car works.
Maybe if you understood better how it all
How the plane takes off.
how it starts, how that trip from start to finish.
Well, we
how
get
it
this
goes.
old girl to about 150 mile an hour, and then them wings started shaking, and we take off there. And then next thing you know, you're in Tulsa. Now, I tried something else that also didn't work. I tried to remind her of other times we've had flights.
Okay.
And we've traveled.
Yeah.
And then she'll remind me of things I forgot that happened when we traveled.
How are you
Nothing tragic, but, could have went south, but it didn't, and I always forget those things because I drink when I fly.
How are you so stupid?
Well, I drink.
No, like that one, you absolutely have to. Everybody's had an uncomfortable
No,
flight.
I go, hey, remember we went to Cape Cod, we had a good time. We went down to Florida to see my brother, we had a good time. We went over here, we went to see the kids in Chicago, had a good time. Well, yeah, but you remember when that thing that happened? I go,
Yeah.
but I go, that's rare.
No, but that. And then she goes, that other thing that happened?
Yes.
All right. We have suggestions.
All right.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. And you said that her fear has been amped up because of everything on the news.
Yeah.
And you are a news junkie.
Right.
This comes in from Jessica. She writes us, hey, Tommy, how about you just not watch the news all the time until she leaves? She won't see any of this stuff. It's not a problem.
Okay, here's the thing about the news thing. They don't give you a heads up on breaking news till it's breaking news. So when I turn on the TV and they show me the plane, my wife's sitting there, I got to watch the news.
Don't you do this with other things? Like there are certain things that could set the person that you're watching whatever it is off, right? So like I always try to avoid watching that specific thing, or where I'm just gonna have to hear about it. So it's like, all right, let's change the channel. Let's put this in a whole different direction.
Yeah. All right, change the channel. We don't watch the show.
You have all the streaming services you have. You could find something.
No, but it's like the middle of the day. I'm not gonna put on Netflix.
Why?
Just for background music.
What, am I a farmer watching Netflix in the background?
No, but I have the TV on all day just to watch the news.
Understood.
Like as I'm passing through, just to see what's. My house is always like the airport.
Which also probably not helping.
Yeah.
No, but here's the thing. You're right. You cannot predict what breaking news will show up across the screen. However, you literally said when this break started that stuff like this has been happening every day.
Right.
So if every single day there was a story of a plane getting in a bad situation, maybe you can anticipate today there will also be that story.
So don't watch the news.
Yeah, I mean, just change it from the
But
news.
is it kind of this job we have? We kind of have to follow what the hell's going on in the world. What?
Yeah, Kimmy and I do. You're really going to argue.
You just called it background noise. So
I pay attention.
You've never prepped a show once in your life.
No, but I got to be aware what the hell's going on in the world so I can make snarky comments about
The only time Tommy's ever come in with something was the time that you stiffed that poor Starbucks woman with $20, and then this moment right now.
Yes.
And none of that was on CNN.
True.
Yeah, just turn off the news. It's that simple. Like, you're so...
I know. You'd rather deal with this situation than turn off the news.
No, because you get the ticker tape underneath and everything.
Is it a ticker tape?
Well, I call it ticker tape.
Ticker tape is what comes...
The scroll.
You are such an old man!
The scrolling ticker
Beep,
tape.
beep, beep, beep,
You are such a news junkie that when you come in here, no matter what channel we have on TV, you could name every person.
It is weird.
You know more names of news anchors than you do our coworkers.
That's true. Well, Jim Cantori doesn't stop by.
All right. There is one other way this happens.
What's that?
That you can make this not be a problem. You could look at your wife, and you could be straight up with her, and you could say, you're right. It is something that maybe you should be concerned about based on how it's happening now versus how it was happening before.
Okay.
And I think that it's a good idea for you not to go.
She's not going to. That's not even an avenue I would go down because she's going to go with her sisters. They already paid for the trip.
Well, in that case, maybe that makes her realize I'm going anyway. What's the problem?
So force her.
Well, no, I guess I would have
Because you're not going to go. Because she's going to go. I mean, because let's say she takes my advice. She doesn't go.
Yeah.
You're right. Unpacks the bags, calls up, cancels everything. But her sisters go, and they have the greatest time.
Okay.
And I talked her to not taking that trip.
But, I mean, you talked her into it because of her concern.
No, but it's on me now that she didn't go have all that fun.
Well, the reason
And, it's like a trip. They don't do that this often.
I get it. Look, I understand.
We're not rich people, Pat.
The guy in Pittsford who has bought recently 5 tracksuits.
$40 a pop.
5 tracksuits.
That's my budget.
But no, you said the first one was higher.
That one I took a little.
So you have spent at least $300.
Not 300.
All right, let's do some math. What's 4 times 4?
Oh.
160.
Be sure.
No, but let's go with 160.
All right.
How much was that first tracksuit?
It was like 140.
That's exactly $300.
Oh.
I literally.
Well, if you do it like that, yeah.
Nostra Duffy knew exactly what you spent on your tracksuits, but I don't know. She's dipping into my tracksuit money. She can't be going on these trips all the time. Well, no, the reason I bring that up is we got Facebook messages coming in. More of them. You can always get us at WCMF on the Break Room Facebook pages. Tommy's wife is taking a trip, is scared about flying with everything in the news, and she asked Tommy essentially to calm her down, and Tommy does a terrible job because he's terrible at all of this. Bob writes us, my wife will fly once a month for the job she does. Sorry, Kimmy, turn me up. My wife will fly at least once a month for the job she does. I've asked her now to either take the train or take cars and not travel outside of the Northeast. I am as nervous as your wife is, Tommy, about what's happening right now.
How the hell is she supposed to conduct business like that?
Be a train or car?
It takes time. I mean, she's got to get to her appointments. That train.
I get it.
Yeah, it's great if it was the 1940s.
No, I meant I get Bob's concern. Look, I'm a bad
Bob's an idiot. The poor woman's busting her ass. Take the train, honey.
No, I mean, look, I'm a nervous flyer. I would not want my wife flying right now either. I don't know if that's rational or not, but what I'm seeing, with absolutely no information to back it up.
By the way, trains go way worse than goddamn planes.
No, not way worse.
No, way worse.
Bro.
There's more train accidents in this country than there are plane. We agree with that?
Yes, there's more car accidents too, right? Yeah. But it's that idea of control. It's the idea of if a train stops working, there's a chance it just stops on the tracks.
Right.
Where if a plane stops working.
But when's the last time a plane just stopped working?
Don't say this. This is the worst thing to say.
Hey, folks on the flight deck, we just stopped working there.
I don't think it would sound like
Lord
that.
have mercy.
No. I don't think it would sound like that.
All right, we're going to be gliding into Tulsa here in a couple of minutes. Hopefully we'll get there. Oh, we're going to come up a little bit short, but I think y'all are going to really like St. Augustine.
If my wife came home and told me, like, I got to go get on a flight in 2 weeks, I wouldn't say anything.
It doesn't even dawn on me to be afraid.
It doesn't dawn on you? Does it dawn on you, though?
I don't know. It would dawn in some dawning. Like,
oh, all right.
Like if you told me today I had a free trip somewhere.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't free. I'm going, man.
I'm not getting on that plane.
Oh,
Really?
for God's sakes, free?
I'm sorry, I can't.
So you're just going to hold off on most vacations from this point out?
Combine.
Yeah.
Free trip to the Combine today. All expenses paid.
Going.
Hang out with McDermott for the weekend.
No.
You're insane. I hate the crap, and I would take it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, there is also men in underwear running around very fast. So I get why you'd want to be there. No, I told you guys, like, I flew back from Kansas City after the AFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm.
The next week was that terrible tragedy in Washington.
Yeah.
And if the Bills had won that game in Kansas City, Kimmy and I were going to broadcast live from the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You were going down to New Orleans.
Our flights were booked. Mm-hmm. I would not have gotten on that plane.
So you got to drive to New Orleans.
Yes.
Would have beat you there.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. I couldn't have. I could not
the
have.
The game would be over by the time he pulls in.
I mean, that's a long trip to commit to.
I couldn't do it.
And by the way, that's a dangerous trip.
Driving in New Orleans?
Yeah.
Why?
Northern boy, loud mouth, beard.
Middle of nowhere of the South.
New York plates coming from Commie Town.
But it's weird, though, because your wife and daughters would get on a plane.
They're great
so
flights,
you would just go take a separate trip without them. Like, see you there?
Or I don't want you guys on a plane. Look, again, I'm not saying this as someone who has any statistics to back it up. I understand that it sounds irrational, but the way I am feeling right now, based on already being a bad flyer, I cannot put myself on a plane. And I think you need to put your head in that mind space because you're maybe not understanding where your wife is coming from.
Well, that's hard to do because I don't have her fears.
Understood, but try to have someone else's perspective for once in your life, you stupid bitch.
Players Club, baby.
That would make it worse, though. Because if she's talking to you about this and you're like, I'm not going to fly.
Yeah, then she's going to think,
You know
oh,
what I
maybe I
mean?
should.
No,
Like,
no. I'm not saying he should tell her don't fly. I'm
Yeah.
saying just try to put yourself in the fears that she has, where you would rationalize those fears as a
So
human.
here's my overall plan. Here's the big picture I'm
Okay.
saying.
All right.
She's going to go. She's going to have fun.
Sure, yeah.
Uneventful flight. She's going to come back. And my thing is, see, what were you worried about? If you wouldn't have gone, you wouldn't have had all that fun. The plane was fine. So just remember this in the future when you start having anxiety. Remember when you had that great trip with your sisters and you went, and you'll have all those memories now. And if you didn't go, you wouldn't have those memories. You know,
Okay.
life is short.
Don't say that.
Some people got a little shorter.
Don't say that. Don't say that part. No, but here's what you're not
No,
considering.
I think that's good.
Again, here's what you're not considering because you never think you're playing all the. I'm trying to help you, Dick.
No, you don't listen.
Bro, listen. Yeah, she's going to go and she's going to come back and she's going to be safe.
So,
Statistically, it's
put that
almost
in
a
the memory
certainty.
bank of what a great time you
But
had.
here's the thing. If any little thing goes wrong, and I don't even mean like a near collision or like any massive turbulence, anything that happens on the runway, any delay, she's going to come home and she's going to say to you, I told you. I told you. And even if she gets back and forth 100% totally fine, that moment, if you go, see, I told you, she's going to go, no. No, you idiot. I was terrified.
Turbulence.
Yes.
A delay.
Yes.
Those don't count.
I mean, that happens anyway.
I
Yeah,
understand. I understand. But again, like we
Unless
said.
the plane's upside down when I pick you up, I think we're all right here.
Okay. Let's take a break.
You know that thing tried to loop?
What do they look like?
Twins? No, excuse me,
Triplets? You don't even know. We have one inside joke, and you couldn't even finish it off. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Bitching.
Yeah, that's right. A
You're already
disappointment.
bitching.
A disappointment, bitch voice. Bro, like Kimmy and I are trying to help
No,
you.
by the way, y'all gave me nothing.
What?
You gave me nothing.
Okay, fine. Don't ask
Don't
for help.
say anything.
No, I didn't say don't
Change
say
the
anything.
channel.
Well, yeah, I mean, step one, change the channel.
Yeah, but by the way, she goes online. She's going to see it
All right.
too.
Well,
It
it's
isn't
not-
like
it's not
we
like
only
it's-
have a TV because it's 1966.
Well, it's not on replay in her living room.
All right, we got bitch voice dinner coming at you, and whether or not you want to fly, there is some entertainment in the sky tomorrow night. Very
Ooh,
exciting.
Really?
And I mean, Kimmy, it does feel like people are more into space now, which is why we're seeing these stories. Right?
Yeah, maybe.
But like, you can't make such a big deal out of it and then tell us how often it happens.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like, just leave that part
'Cause
out.
I thought this has been going on for like a month.
We'll get into it next here with the break room. Let's see Beth. I'm not arguing this isn't cool, but
Okay.
there are people that should be into it,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean, it's the original science, I guess you could argue. That being said, maybe, just maybe, in an effort to keep people from crapping all over this, just stop including how often it happens. Because it sounds really fun until you get to that part. Because I'm not going to look it up.
right.
Nobody's going to look it up.
right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second. If you would like to, we encourage you to log on to our Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. Tommy, in his second week of Tracksuit Thursdays, talked it up a ton yesterday.
Sure
In
did.
fact, we ended the show with him bragging about his new tracksuit.
Yeah, I
that
mean,
he's-
actually, yeah, he had been talking about it since the last tracksuit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And everyone's disappointed.
But you weren't until Kimmy said something because you were laughing and mocking me, and then Kimmy, then you kind of changed your tune.
Okay.
And then I showed you my support
I
leggings.
realize that you're wearing
Leggings.
Long John supports.
No, but they're compression style for my varicose veins in my blood clots.
Yep.
Because I got to get my steps in.
Okay. So
Step in.
if you want to see that, a man who looks like he's doing an impression of Thomas Jefferson this morning,
Better look like Payne Stewart. Now.
not the best way to bring up with what we were just talking about.
I forgot about
You
him.
idiot.
But that was so rare,
You
bro.
idiot. All right. You got to hurt someone in this room. Or if you want to hurt someone in this room,
No. What do you do?
you can't call them short or stupid or say that everything about them in every single way is a massive disappointment. You got to really hurt them. Something along the lines of,
Bad Duffy, I don't want to go flying anymore. I'm going to take the train everywhere. And even though my family's fine with flying, I'm just going to be a little road bitch.
those are all legitimate
Little
things.
road bitch.
We take all your bitch voices, road bitch or non-road bitch. We run it back. We call Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now. Let's see it.
And now, Bitch Voice Theatre, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Yeah, I don't want to get hit. That'll hurt.
I don't know.
I got my nice outfit.
Bitch has no helmet wearing. My head looks like a helmet, but I'm a bitch ass bitch.
Ray my face. And it was a French, kind of a joint. It was in Montreal. Oh, it's 7 hours away, man.
Yeah, 7
It's
hours away,
French.
but a world away. So,
Bad Duffy. I wish I looked as cool as Commie Tommy this morning because I'm just a non-track suit wearing little bitch.
you do? You look like Kami Tommy. You look like Stalin's personal trainer.
I can't say out
You
loud.
weren't invited.
I'm on his Tommy, and I make up stories I can't say out loud because I'm a scared ass bitch.
They were like low-end side radio people.
Oh my god.
Hey guys, good morning.
What's up?
So I've flown on Qatar Airways before.
I'm flying Jay.
Something along the
I'm
lines of-
just jealous of tracksuit Tommy because I want a cool tracksuit too, but I'm too much of a doofus to pull it off. Won't be cool, Tommy, tracksuit guy.
And that was Bitch Voice Theatre on WCMF.
How's about a free show in the sky tomorrow night?
So what are we getting?
Tomorrow night, 7 of the 8 planets will all be aligned in the sky at the same time and visible from Earth.
But if they're all in line, how do I see them?
No, they're not like one behind the other, like this,
It's
like
like
an
it
arc.
looks like an arc, yeah,
All right. So it just looks like an arc of planets.
or
Well,
like little
yeah.
tiny, like brighter stars.
Yeah, you got it.
essentially.
So, Kimmy, all the horoscope and
Yeah.
astrology
Oh, does this
weirdos.
mean something?
Yeah, so the
According to
the
moon's in
planetary.
the seventh house.
Kimmy does not get that.
I
All the
don't know
planets
either.
align with Mars, baby.
Now it's Telly Savalas doing it.
Aquarius.
You were saying, Kimmy?
Yeah, I think this has been going on like on and off for like a month or
Oh.
so, I guess.
So you've been able to see like multiple planets. From what I
yeah,
understand, tomorrow
this
night
is like
will
the
be
ultimate lineup.
So
7 of the
7
8.
line
Okay.
up.
Yeah, 7 of the 8. Yes, exactly.
Gotcha.
So the alignment will be. By the way, I could be wrong. I'm just telling you what the story said. The alignment will be most visible, according to experts, just after dusk tomorrow night. Sunset is set for 6 p.m. So they say to look into the southern portion of the sky within 90 minutes of sunset. That's when you will get the best shot. They also say some of the planets will be visible with the naked eye. Some of them won't. So a telescope will be your best chance
guy.
at seeing everything. Kimmy, you in on this?
I mean, I'll take a peek if I'm out there and I remember.
Okay.
You know,
That's a ringing endorsement.
but it's not. So, I mean, I guess with where we live and how they've teased these things before, and it ends up being like cloudy, so you can't see anything.
Okay.
I'm probably
Like that
not putting
eclipse?
it. I'm not putting it on my schedule.
Okay. Tommy, you checking this out tomorrow
Oh,
night?
man. First of all, what's the weather like tomorrow night? It's going to be cloudy,
I don't know.
probably.
I haven't looked, but I'm going to say cloudy.
Yeah,
I
see,
haven't looked at it.
Like,
I mean,
we
if it's,
can't
like,
see
clear-
anything around here unless it's like July.
Yeah, if it's a clear night, I'll take a peek up in the sky. But again, I guess I don't really know what I'm looking for. I'm like, that looks like I could be looking in the wrong direction and think I'm looking at it when I'm not. So
if it's a sky full of stars, how are you gonna know?
Well, you're
which
supposed
ones?
to kind of see that they're supposed to be a little brighter, I guess.
They're all kind of
pattern.
They're all kind of bright, except for the guy that sits across from me. No, look, I mean, maybe this is one of those things that you go out and you are amazed by it. I mean, look,
I don't think you'd be amazed by it.
As anticlimactic as the eclipse was here, it was a hell of a day where all of a sudden everything just went dark.
Yeah.
I mean, I enjoyed it.
It's all right, but like, unless it's like something shocking. Like I woke up and God damn.
No,
man.
you don't want that. You don't want shocking in the sky.
Like let's say you wake
shocking
up.
in the sky is never not bad.
No, let's say I woke up and the moon is like,
whoa,
300 feet above my head.
Yeah, we'd be dead, you idiot.
Like you could almost hit a golf ball up to it.
That
like
would
you could talk to the guys up there.
That would be catastrophic. There's no one on the moon
nothing's
right
happened.
now. There is no one on the moon right now.
It's going to go back up. You don't know. The Russians might have somebody up
about?
there. The Chinese might have somebody up there, and it goes back. Like that would be cool.
The moon controls the tides. We'd be underwater, and then every woman would be having all her period at the same time. They would have no blood left, all gone, flushed right out of there.
What a catastrophe!
Women running just. I know. How bad would that be?
There are some times though where, like sometimes even when I'm driving in the work and you catch like the moon and it looks bigger than normal.
Yeah, it's close.
Like, it's like
those harvest
glowing
moons.
and it's orange.
Those are cool.
I mean, I do find myself like I can't take my eyes off the moon.
So how about that? 300 feet above your head.
I don't want to know the
No.
horror I would feel if I
Pretty
walked
close.
outside and the moon was 300 feet above my head. So here's the thing.
What's that?
Like you can make the argument. I know that you like to crap on everything because you have no hobbies and you don't want any hobbies. But, it's not going to cost you anything to go outside and look up at the sky, and maybe you see something that is pretty remarkable.
It'll dazzle you.
The way they've been pushing this, Kimmy, is this is unique.
Mm-hmm.
You know the last time this happened?
When?
Less than a year ago. Actually, the same day as the eclipse.
Oh.
But you know the next time it's going to happen?
When's that?
August 29th, 2025.
Wait, this summer?
Yeah, like a couple months.
I got. So that would be the one I want to look at because they'll have a clear sky.
Maybe, unless it's cloudy.
It's very bright and beautiful in August. It's got to be like our driest month.
Okay. I think what the problem is with all this science stuff, because we've seen a ton of star and planet stories the last couple of years. There's a new interest in space. I mean, it's a good thing.
It's great.
It's good for,
it brings everybody together.
No, I mean, it's good for STEM, right? Science, technology, engineering, and math.
Getting people interested in that kind of stuff.
And, there are kids who would have never thought to go into the science field, and we need people in the science field that are now
coming up short.
Coming into this and they're interested by it. All you have to do to make this, super cool is simply not tell me how often it happens.
All right.
Because, if I'm reading this story.
Forget.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to look it up. I don't have enough care in me to look it up. I will go outside and look at this on Friday. I would have had I not known it was going to happen again in August, and it happened less than a year ago.
Then you think, I'll catch it the next time.
Exactly.
around.
Just all you have to do is just tell me this is cool. Don't tell me how rare
It's
it is.
rare.
No,
it is. You
don't-
want,
you
you
don't
want
have
it to be rare.
You don't have to say anything.
Okay.
Yeah, because if I think it's rare, I'll be more interested.
All right.
If I know it's not, I'm never going to look at it ever.
So is there any rare events anymore except for Halley's Comet?
You making a good point. That's about it. Well, yeah, rare events would be that asteroid that's supposed to hit us in 7 years.
No, I thought there was one coming by and they've already passed us.
No,
Remember they said there was one barreling out on us right now?
So there was a story from last week that said there was a 3% chance that an asteroid in, I think it was 2032 was going to hit us.
Oh, no, I thought it was soon.
Then I thought it was 7 years from now.
Oh.
And then they lowered that the next week to 1.3. So I guess somebody
Kinda
must have sneezed and
veered
knocked it
off.
off point. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. You know what we're talking about that is we're talking about just massive catastrophes of the 9 o'clock hour. Do you think the government has a plan if an asteroid's going to collide with Earth? Like an Armageddon Day?
Like they're
Independence
gonna.
Day?
I thought they already tested out blowing one up.
How'd
Like
that go?
Well, nothing happened. I thought they did go up there and try to shoot something down.
Are you thinking of the movie Armageddon?
Maybe.
Okay.
Because I was listening to Aerosmith at the time.
Don't want to close my eyes.
And Bruce Willis was involved for some reason. No, I think they just recently tried this on a small scale.
Okay.
Like somebody just threw something up in the air and they shot it with a pistol. Now picture that, but a missile.
There would have to be a contingency plan for this,
Bro,
right?
there ain't no plan.
Or is it just, hey, everybody get out of the way?
Get out of the way
Kiss your ass
of
goodbye.
Earth?
Just kiss your ass goodbye, baby.
okay.
And by the way, if it hits that, everybody gets it.
No,
Just some.
if it's big enough, everybody
Well,
gets it.
I mean,
Yes.
it affects a lot of things.
It would
you wouldn't get directly
wouldn't
hit,
end
but
everything.
a lot of things would eventually fall because of it.
I mean, but let's say it's a small one. like a compact meteor, the size of. Give me something small.
Well, the one that's whizzing by Earth, I think it's like the size of a football field or
Yeah.
something. That's big.
I don't think that destroys the planet.
I was reading it was enough to eventually cause the potential extinction of all life on planet Earth.
They said that about artificial sugar, new Coke. Everything was the end of society. It don't happen, Pat.
252 WCMF. You would ask when the last rare thing
Yeah.
happened. Let's talk to James. Hey, James, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good, guys. Listen, back in October, it was October 18th to be specific.
Yeah, what
It was
happened?
on the weekend, and just before sunset, just like this event's going on now in the southern sky, there was a comet. I can't pronounce the Japanese name they gave it.
Oh, it's called Unimai!
It was German?
Yeah, well, the end of it was Atlas. And you can Google that to see there's people that took a lot of photographs of
Okay.
it. But
Did we know that was coming, though, or was that a surprise?
Sounds exciting, man.
Yes. The last time it was here was 80,000 years ago.
Oh, all right.
How do they know that?
It won't be back for another 80,000 years.
Somebody took a picture on their phone back 80,000 years ago.
Oh yeah, well yeah, it's been videoed and everything like that. You can Google it.
All right.
But it was amazing. I stood on this little debris pile on Park Avenue here where I live.
You still don't just free pile
and watch this.
How do we get the best view of this? Try the debris pile.
on Park Avenue.
The old Genesee Hospital debris pile, yeah.
Do you know?
Nothing toxic about that.
What are you doing, Jimmy?
It's a shame you didn't get a needle in your foot.
Jim, why would you wish
Because we had
hepatitis?
to do these phone calls.
Clambered up there to see it, and got the binoculars out.
I'm
but I
standing on
didn't
top
need
of
to
a debris
leave
field over here. Looking at a rocket or something out of the sky.
James, great call, buddy. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Jimmy.
It was
Thank
really
you.
cool. It
Watch
was
where you
really
step.
cool.
All right.
You guys should get out tomorrow night if you can to see.
I don't
this
have any
kind of thing.
debris piles around my house.
And I'm waiting 80,000 years for this comet to come back, the way you're describing it, buddy.
Yeah,
All
like
right.
80,000 years.
Thank you. All right, have a good rest of the day.
I will say, like, Tommy is mocking this so hard, but if he was outside and he saw that comet the night before, he'd have to come in and tell us about it.
Well, of course I'd tell you about it.
You're not wrong. I don't think James helped his argument with the whole debris pile.
No.
No. You know, you
On
get
top of
stuck on the debris
from a
pile.
hospital.
The old
Yes, nothing toxic there, Jimmy.
buy a step stool, man.
Yeah.
All right, come back, wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room. Let's see you, That's going to be Rabbaroo.
Audio Thursday or ever.
For a Thursday, Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow Friday. You know what that means?
Creepy time.
That's right. Creep Cap coming at you. We got to get out of the way. Kimmy is already staring daggers at us.
Ooh.
Yep.
And luckily, Tommy's in his tracksuit, so he can move fast out of
Yeah,
here.
you know that's right. The Florida Flash is back.
For Kimmy,
Yep.
who was hoping for a lot and got a little today.
As always.
For Tommy Millet, who is that little today.
Thank you.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning for a Friday, 6 a.m. in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.